Good morning, everyone. It is that time once again. Yes, it is. The weeklies. And I sincerely apologize for the. I sincerely apologize for starting a bit late again. But of course, my sleep was more important. So yeah, I really needed some sleep because MVG didn't even do Monopoly last night. And speaking of last night, we'll talk about what happened last night in just a bit here. We're just running down every logger. So I'm just taking a look and see what I missed. Then we're gonna do the Wordle, brush my teeth, and I've yet to close out the Verizons. So see, as I said, I'm gonna take care of those. I'm gonna go back on MLS for that one. Okay. So then that leaves us with this one. One of the million times WJOU runs a weekly on us. And then I think that's it. Let's check my thing. Yep, that's it. That is the end of it. And I have yet to close all the Verizons out because, like I said, we're running a bit behind schedule. There we go. Let me close out the Verizons. And there's Nani. Hi, Nani. You excited that it's gonna feel like summer in just a couple days? I'm sure he's excited. I know I'm excited too. I don't know about anybody else, or because I know there's supposed to be something else that goes along with it. Anyway, alright. And then let me pull up the. Okay. There we go. Why is the battery level going down? It should be going up when it's plugged in. Never mind. Okay, let's get to the Wordle here for today. Again, sorry for the delay. Sorry for being late. Of course, I needed a little more sleep. Just woke up too, so wow, I feel like we're gonna try every word here until we get the desire, until we get what we want. Hmm. Moral was the word today. Alright, so there's that. Alright. Now, if you all just give me a. No, that's not what I wanted. Alright. Oh, there's the Verizon clip. I, again, yet to check and see if any Verizons have tested last night. Well, any other ones, I should say. Anyway, now if you all will give me a few quick minutes. Oh yeah, Miami and Tampa. But anyway, so if you all will just give me a few quick minutes to, finish my morning routine here, and we will get to the talking and everything. All right. Took care of all of that. There, I see there is one more test to go back on.
Say, who just tested? Who was that?
That's WJS. That should be.
Yeah, someone went to your logger.
That should be WW. Yeah, 9:09 a.m. That is WJS. Oh my goodness, they were
Yeah,
late today.
but they don't stream alerts, do they?
Hey, WHC must have picked it up over the air.
I think that you probably monitor them.
Yeah, that's right. I monitor WHC.
Oh,
All right, so let me go back on this really quickly. Just a few moments here. All right, there we go. Got everything, and now I'm going to take a look and see if any of the other Verizons ended up testing last night. But from what I see right now, it certainly does not look good because no other Verizon cluster um, sent the weekly out. I see one of them stopped abruptly. Yeah, the other ones didn't go. All right. So those clusters then will carry over to tonight. All right. So now as I get to editing this, as I get now to editing this thing as I have it right now, let's go ahead and talk about what happened with me last night after we started our backyard. After we started our backyard baseball game. Yeah, after we started our backyard, yeah, our backyard baseball game. Of course, it was actually now even before we actually started the game, I was talking about this thing. Yep, that's become a new favorite. That's become a new favorite of mine. And I had actually been listening to that. I had been listening to that non-stop yesterday. Non-stop. Playing it over and over and over again. It sounds so freaking good.
and of course, you forgot to put Anson on your website last week. What happened?
Well, like I said, I'm still up. Oh yeah, the website. That's what I'm going to get to next. Yeah. And speaking of the website, I got around to completing putting in all of the NOAA Weather Radio stream pages, including the two new ones, Aniston and Newbern. And as I've said already, I'm going to carry over the changes from the HTML site that I'm putting together over to the Google site when it's all fully compiled.
So, when was the new update?
Well, I actually only have one more thing to put in, and that is the AM FM stations. That's the last thing I need to put in, and then the site will be complete, and then I'll carry all the changes over uh, to to Google site. Yeah, to
There's
my
one
Google.
thing that you don't do that request. You don't do that. Do you?
Yeah, I had already removed the polls from the site a long time ago. But we
Oh,
still do
oh,
the county requests, of course, but we don't do it via the Google form.
but that's yeah through YouTube.
Yeah, through my community section.
Yeah.
But but other than that, the new page is coming along nicely.
Office the time they
Yep, yep. And in fact, a lot of elements are actually going to be merged into a whole new thing.
did longer, horizontal longer.
It went through KLT from what I know, but it was
Yeah,
actually the
KLT.
Colorado monthly test.
It was supposed to be a show.
It didn't mention the message didn't mention anything about
I know.
it didn't mention anything about a tornado drill, which is odd,
Oh
very
yeah.
odd.
It was a complete trip because it didn't go over any and states at all. It was a complete fail in Denver because Denver who sent it.
The only one I
Wow.
know who did take it was a Comcast. That was it. That was the only one from what I know who
Wow.
took it. If I go
Yeah.
through, there was actually a station they were monitoring that did take it. You got to go all the way up the list. There's Missouri, which it seems like they're finally going back to nighttime on nighttime months. It was actually KUNC that one Comcast cluster was monitoring that did relay it.
Hmm.
That did relay Missouri. No, Colorado. What the hell? Colorado.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
there we are then.
Because it was statewide.
Yep.
What they're thinking is they're gonna they were able to send that monthly.
Because if I remember the last time they did the monthly over NWR, it actually fell on the same day as their weekly when they
It
usually
did.
do it.
Yeah.
And but yeah. So now over the past few days, the transmitter propagation has been having quite a, I guess I could say, issue. And this isn't just happening with the transmitters I've been looking at. This is happening all across the board. Here's one example. This is WWG 92 out of Naples. If you notice here on the table, every county is literally Collier and it's copying it 5 times. The same codes
Huh.
are correct, but the county names are incorrect. But then, of course, over here, the map shows the correct county names. I'll show
Huh.
you. Here's another example: Covington, Kentucky. Everything is literally Dearborn. It's literally duplicating the first county on the list. It's duplicating the first county like so many times, filling in every column on the table. There is no Dearborn County, Kentucky, and there's no Dearborn County, Ohio either, which is pretty odd. This has been going on since Monday, I believe, or has it been since yesterday? And here's one of my main transmitters, KW39. Everything is literally Cook County, and there's no Cook, and there's no Cook, and there's no Cook, and there's no Cook, and there's no Cook County, Indiana either. And here's KC60. There's nothing but Dodge. It's nothing but Dodge. What other transmitter do we want to look at? KW37. Both counties are Los Angeles. They're both Los Angeles County. Or KW35 New York City. Everything is just Fairfield. Fairfield, Connecticut. There's no Fairfield, New Jersey. Or is there a Fairfield, New Jersey? There is a Fairfield. There is a Fair. Is there even a Fairfield, New York? I guess there is no Fairfield, New Jersey, or New York. Well, let's look at KDO89 St. Louis. And yes, indeed, everything is Madison. So yeah, that's a problem. That is a that is a big problem. But thankfully, because I took screenshots of these propagations in their proper form, my website, of course, is going to continue to show the proper transmitter propagation. Oh yeah, when they switch to Hawk Point, here's whatever this is. Well, it's only one county, so nothing different. Or if we do KC61, everything's literally Baldwin. There's no Baldwin County, Mississippi. Or San Diego. Okay, let's try Detroit. Everything's Lenawee. Everything is literally Lenawee, Michigan. Er, okay, KC64 is not a thing. KC65. Every county is Anoka on the list. Yeah, this is pretty odd what's going on here. Yeah, this is pretty odd with Yeah, this is pretty odd what's going on with the transmitter propagation site. This is pretty strange. Because I know damn well that is not supposed to be like that. Alright, so I guess good thing I did not miss WJS after all. As I thought I missed it when I slept much longer this morning, but at least I got it. That's a good thing. But yeah, that is pretty
What about
well.
Lincoln?
It comes as no surprise. Everything is literally brown.
Oh my
Brown, Illinois, Brown, Illinois, Brown, Illinois, Brown, Illinois, Brown, Illinois, Brown, Illinois. Oh my goodness. Well, well, from what I've heard, the NOAA is actually working on changing cloud. service providers, and they actually extended that deadline to July 31st. It was originally going to be at the end of, let me see what that article was. Um, it was at the end of April 4th. So they extended that deadline to the end of July. So they have until then now to find a new cloud service provider to host these websites. So I'm going to assume right now this is part of their transition. They actually went on Monday from what I've seen. Yep, the iPod's weekly test. Yep. And of course, like I just said, Missouri did their monthly last night. Yep. It seems like it seems like they regret flipping day and night like Kentucky. Well, like I said, I don't usually follow St. Louis hockey, but oh yeah, that's right. That's right. That's right. That is right. Today is the last day of the regular season, and then we go into the tournament, the playoffs. Yeah, and if we look at the schedule, last night was our regular season finale for the Blackhawks. They won against Ottawa 4-3, but there's no chance we're ever making it to the playoffs. Not at all, considering how terrible our Hawks are doing. And the White Sox also did terrible because we were defeated against the, I would say, Oakland A's, but we're gonna go by their new, I guess we're gonna call it Sacramento A's for right now, because they're at a temp because they're at a because they're renting out a little league baseball facility in Sacramento until their new stadium in Vegas, where the Tropicana was, is is built. But anyway, they were defeated big time yesterday. 12-3 was the final score in that game. We have another game tonight, which is at home. These next two are at home. So this one starts at 6:30, and then Thursday will actually be another afternoon game. Yeah, it's actually going to be another afternoon game. So, with Thursday's game being in the afternoon, just like we did last time, we're going to actually go ahead and we're going to bring you this game, even though. Yep, that's right. We have two more risks of severe weather to cover. We just have this marginal for today, so nothing too. And if we go to day two, here's the slight. If we go to day three, here it is. Here's the slight risk. Look at that. That's right. Northeast, almost. Oh my goodness, yeah. almost the central into northern Illinois in the slight. Oh my goodness. So wow, there's going to be. Go ahead. Yeah, it was at the end of March into April when we were dealing with that. When we were dealing with multiple rounds of. When we were dealing with that multi-round severe weather outbreak. Man, oh man, it was crazy. I mean, it was crazy how much stuff I had. How far behind I was. One of my radios did, or well, it does that when there's bad reception, or if it picks up a product that's not in its database, like snow squall warnings, for example, and there's no custom alert codes, so I can't put in the snow squall warning code like I could on some of the. Yeah, the newer models have those built in. Yeah, and I believe I got my model when they introduced the blue alert code. However, I have an older version of the Midland WR400, so it would still show up as unknown message when it receives a snow squall warning. Yeah, that was yeah, that was quite unexpected. I did not know the promo of that letter scramble word game thing, whatever it is. And then this guy, and then WMOH, and then we should be. And I just need to get these in their places, and then we should be all set. That's right. Mobile and Jacksonville, to be exact. Okay. SKR? Yeah, I've actually noticed that. And speaking of which, last week I actually confirmed that KMOX had unfortunately stopped streaming their weekly on their Odyssey stream. Yep, it still does the pre-roll, and it still does the pre-roll and the closing, but the headers, that's no more. I actually found out when I haven't seen Camel X come up on my logger for weeks. I went back on their Odyssey stream to see if they had weekly, and and very well they went the day before, and that was when I found out that they had stopped doing that. Well, that's because they've stopped streaming alerts as well. The last time it was like in March, so it seems like they might be done streaming alerts for real this time. I'm pretty sure. Well, it's because I because I find it a waste of time just letting it record, a waste of time and space on my tablet devices. But I still do get WTOP, but now it's from my logger, natively from my logger. So, yeah, just so you all know. All right, and we'll get the slight risk ready here before the weeklies even come up. Yeah. So I don't think that Marshall will be enough to postpone anybody in there. So we'll see how that goes. All right. So what did we talk about already? So we were going to get to the Verizons. That's right. So VHO 6, 15, and 4 were the only three clusters that tested last night. And also last night, I was expecting another episode of Monopoly from NVG, but instead they did something else. Some point last night, it was either during our backyard baseball game or some point after it. Unfortunately and sadly, we lost another big name in the game show world. This time it was Wink Martindale. He passed away last night at the age of 91. So, in his honor, NVG did not do Monopoly. At the end of it, they did say they're going to try to do Monopoly later this week. Who knows? It could be tonight while we do Celebrity Jeopardy. It could be tomorrow. Who knows? But we're going to keep my eyes glued. Or maybe they just might throw another Monopoly Night in America on my face on a Friday when we get ready to play Sorry like they did several weeks back. But anyway, they actually played a few of his most well-known games. First, Gambit and Dept. Those two made their debut on the channel, and then plus some returning favorites, High Rollers and Tic Tac Toe. Those were fun. And I did finally get to hear Turd Ferguson's opinion on the new Tic Tac Toe. And from what he said, he's hearing negative feedback on the show already. So, yeah, that's not looking too good. But he did say that Wink was grateful to see his classic show revived before he passed. So so yeah. So yeah. Rest in peace, Wink Martindale. You were a big name in the world of game shows. But as I said, I didn't. Well, a lot of the Wink Martindale stuff was, even was like way before my time. I never saw the original Tic Tac Toe or even the reboot. High Rollers was a game show I never saw on TV. I don't even think anybody ever aired it, not even Lifetime Channel. What else? Well, Debt I never saw. Gambit I never saw. Gambit was like the predecessor to Catch 21. But I actually did enjoy the tribute last night. That was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. They did an amazing job with the tribute. I gotta say, they did an amazing job putting that tribute together for him. But we'll see when they do get back to their normal stuff. But anyway, with the website, we're gonna actually continue working on that tomorrow, or I might try to do some work on it later tonight during my evening class. But with the glitch going on with the table right now on the transmitter propagation pages, it's probably going to be a little while before. It's probably going to be a bit longer to get it, take care of it, get it finished. So one more thing I would like to get done here before the time comes is I want to go ahead and get the slight risk ready to go for Friday. Now, depending on how this slight risk goes, we may not be able to do our Friday show. So if we come on the air Friday with severe weather coverage, don't expect the random character extravaganza because that's not happening. I really enjoy it when we get to do those, but of course there are some times where we have to curtail our usual stuff to accommodate for something else like severe weather coverage. I'm very glad I put that list together too, so it's gonna make putting these monitors in much easier. No, don't enable syncing with the iCloud. It actually WETA goes to the 28th because next week is DC monthly week. All right, let's continue. Cheyenne. See, a slight part of Dodge City is involved. Hmm. They waited till the end of the song to test. Okay. Then I'll get the other. I'll get then I'll get everything ready to go when this is all set and done here. So, Houston, Peachtree, Grand Forks, Flagstaff, Sioux Falls, no. Fort Worth, then maybe we might get some stuff. We'll see. There's Mobile. Yep, Mobile. Here's Mobile. Let's proceed. No Hastings. I see Green Bay could be involved in this, so some Grand Rapids. Yes, of course. Wait a minute, what? Who's county? No, that's Green Bay, not Grand Rapids. That's Grand Rapids. Northeastern, Utah, they could be doing stuff. This Wilmington, Nottable. All right, we're on Louisville right now. And of course, every station from my office. Everything from St. Louis, of course. All right, so now as I continue going through this list, I was thinking maybe we should try a new strategy when it comes to these monitors. I was thinking about a new strategy here. So here's what I was thinking. Um, let's see, take out Alabama, and then I'll just take out a lot of the non-locals, like a lot of the non-local stations, to maybe free up some bandwidth, so I can allow the station to run smoothly during severe weather. Because it seems like a lot of these these non-local monitors that are in here, they're putting a strain. I don't think it's that. I think it's just mainly the fact that there was just like 50,000 monitors in there at once. Like 50,000 of them at once. But of course, that is to go along with taking out Alabama that I have in there. Alright, which one is KMCH? No, KCMH. 709224, this one. Okay, let's continue. No Midland, no Memphis, no Miami, no Medford. Milwaukee. I could only see us needing these. Only these. No Melbourne, no Mobile, no Twin Cities. Marquette. No. No Orangetown, no Missoula, no San Francisco, no Omaha, no Nashville, no New York, no Spokane, no Norman. Oh, yes, Norman. I see all of Norman in the slide. I'm going to add an Evansville. I'm only going to add but he's a little late running their IPOS tests this morning. These two for Pittsburgh. Okay, no Charleston, no Blacksburg, no Seattle. Everything Springfield. No Shreveport either. San Angelo might do some things. Put them in there in case they do end up doing stuff. And Topeka. I'll add them too. And Tulsa. Okay. So, if that list gets to be too much, what I'll do then is I will just take out all the NWR stuff and I'm going to let WJON handle it. And then I'm going to let WJON handle NWR. That's if after I take out Alabama, the thing gets angry at me and yells at me, telling me there's too many files open and everything. So, the slight risk is ready for Friday. Um, Saturday and Sunday we have yet to hear of. Oh yeah, Saturday and Sunday we have yet to hear about that. That I'm assuming we're going to get there eventually. All right, so right now let me go ahead and get the set ready here. Okay. All right. All we just need to do now is restart the station when it's time. Let me go ahead and now it's time to actually begin the setup. So here we go. Peoria, Monroe. There's supposed to be one more. There we are. And yes, Owenton is returning to my website as part of this update. Okay, next system. I'll do the XPS. And then over here. Oh, wait a minute. I got so distracted by starting all of this, we didn't pull up a very important element. And that element would be Tom and Ben News. And there's something I want to play around with them. Make sure we have an extra. Oh, if the volume is muted, I don't care. This one gets the bigger treatment because this one's a larger screen. Because this one's a larger screen, it's going to get a much bigger treatment. Lower 90s in April. That is odd to see. So some areas, including mine, are already looking to get the first taste of summer. Well, for us, this is probably going to be another taste of that. All right, let's go ahead and fire this thing up. Hello again, you two. Sorry for the delay. Why is the volume slider not working? Oh, there it goes. Ah, great. And he has test pre-roll parody from last night's tribute stream. Oh, that was fun. See, other ERN loggers, that's how NWR Weekly should be done. If you want to ignore it, that's up to you. Anyway, let me get all of these in there. Let me start all these, get them in their places. Okay, there we go. All right, so almost everything is in place. I'm gonna keep that window open, that dialog box open. But anything else end off company? Access your mobile device right here. I see I'm finally getting that new pane. That's Apple, no, that Microsoft. Alright, let me go ahead and load Comcast up. Bring all six VLC windows up to the front, including WAOK, because they have yet to test this week. Let's see if they do it. Alright, and before I forget, I didn't finish charging this thing because the battery not only died on me in the middle of the whole Verizon fiasco, but also it didn't even give me time to plug it in. Like as soon as it did, the screen had already went black and it wasn't responding afterwards. So I had to force reset the machine and move all the Verizons over and whatnot. And I'm sure this HP here has enough battery power. Should have enough battery power. Yeah, it should have enough battery power to last. Yeah, it looks like nearly fully charged from what I can see. Where are we at? 98%. Oh wow. We almost got up to full power last night. All right. Um no, I don't think we need an extra. The AMD processor's handling it really well. All right, we'll just go ahead and load all these up here. And just go ahead and get these stations started. All right. I guess that's all of them. I guess they didn't wait till the end of the song. It just took forever to interrupt to play the music. Oh yeah, Discord also starts on boot. So yeah, I don't need it open on here, so I'm just gonna close it. Required weekly test of and just let everything else load up. Put Jacksonville in, and we are already up to date. Let's see, how far did everything go? That's it there. Nothing else here. I see we did get a Comcast for Cecil and Kent. That panel. Okay. All right. Now we are up to date for real this time. Okay. All right. There we go. Alrighty. We're up to date now. And I see Max the Cockatoo is finally back at uploading stuff. He went on a brief hiatus after his after his cat Dusty passed away over the weekend. Let's see what Max has to say about Dusty. Yep, the only animal left in that house now is that bird. Is this bird, this crazy bird, and that's it. Yep, he's back at uploading stuff now after you just needed a he just needed a little break from posting stuff to just so they can honor just so we can get used to just Max the cockatoo being in the house and no cats. I think in that post he said he wasn't gonna get any more cats after Dusty, so that was the last cat he actually would ever get. So now it's just Max the cockatoo and nothing more. But at least everything's starting to get back to normal now for him, so that's pretty good. Um, so yeah, everything's starting to get back to normal for him, for him and his bird, which is pretty good. So okay, I never got around. Well, I keep this thing rolling here. I think I never said anything about. So that was last night, but then some other things too. Um, that we're gonna talk about. What was it? It was with the wireless foundations course. Well, during my evening class. Yep, I was able to see. I was able to see Beat the Bridge, Bingo Blitz, and Tic Tac Toe, along with Wheel of Fortune. I was able to see all four of those shows um, as we were away. What else? Um, Toward the end of the lecture, the lab that we were doing took a took quite took us quite a long time to get through. Because one of the pieces of equipment that we used took forever to even do anything. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I just woke up an hour ago and I'm still yawning and all, but I'm trying to. But anyway, uh, so yeah, I think that's it lab wise. And then on the way home, of course, it was me and my mom heading back. There was a good song on WUSN. That was the first thing we heard when we got in the car and began our journey back here. Just some basic and stuff. But then after and then after that song, there wasn't anything else good on the radio. And then my mother was curious about the chip tune music I put onto my phone. And yep, it was that same song I was talking about earlier that I've been playing over and over that I've been playing over and over again. Talk about all the fun times with Dusty the cat. HP apps pre-installed. Is that another Comcast? Let me guess. Why, of course it is. So, yeah, of course, after I got back last night, I did have my um, popcorn break, and then my mother was curious about the pretzels again. I've been talking about those bowl and zesty Clancy's pretzels that my mother enjoys. Okay, is this starting to become a trend? Missouri running a weekly on an iPause on a monthly week, like the very next morning. Honestly, I do not know anymore. And I don't think I got around to. I didn't finish this all the way. Anyway, going back. So I had my popcorn last night, and then after that, that's when I then continued on my site. I worked with that last night, waited for the Verizons, and watched the tribute stream and all that. But otherwise, it was a pretty good night. So anyway, I know the next question is regarding our marathon that we're going to be doing later this evening. I was thinking maybe do a Nostalgia Paradise marathon because Monday the 14th, Ashley, if officially marks 6 months remaining of Windows 10 support. Because then after that, no more updates. Because after that, no more free updates unless you pay the $30. Unless you pay the $30 for another year, which is not what I'm doing. I'm just gonna update. I'm just gonna put the XPS on Windows 11, even though it doesn't meet the official requirements. I mean, that eBay listing I showed you a couple times, that one has Windows 11 on it. And sure, if they put Windows 11 on that, I can do the same. So I'll try it, and I'll see what happens. Because I mean, sure, if it can run Windows 10, it can run Windows 11. I said it many, many times. Even when Microsoft says it can run it perfectly fine. I mean, I put it on my Windows 7 PCs. It runs it just fine without a problem. And I'm fine with it. But then the only issue is that it's not going to get feature updates. So I'll have to update to the next version manually. That's the only problem with unsupported hardware. Because only supported hardware gets the feature updates via Windows Update when it's made available. But yeah, like I said, I'm still gonna be checking out and seeing what's up with 24H2 on my HP laptop because that's the only one that's running it perfectly right now. My Dells are going to stay on 23H2. And then eventually, when they cut support for it, then I'm going to go to 20. Then I'll have to go to 24H2 and stay there. So, yeah, there have just been so many problems with 24H2. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Just unbelievable how many problems 24H2 has right now and how yet they still have to fix it. Anyway, let me continue with the plans for tonight. We should be able to do our games as usual. So we'll do our games as usual. And then what else have we got? Yeah. Now, since Person Place Her Thing is the only news show on for now, we'll take care of that, right before the Pacific time zone. Like we normally do. Have WNYW playing, and 25 words or less and all that stuff. We're gonna be starting it a little late because 25 words and Dictionary are both off this week with new episodes. So those will return next. Those are going to return next week. So yeah, next week those will return. I'm assuming they're just taking a little break, but it's okay. So, in terms of other things, so as I said, we're going to do our usual games later. So of course we'll do Wheel of Fortune Super Deluxe. So of course we'll play Hyper Bowl, and then after that we'll do Monopoly. So I guess that I'll make up for the NVG Monopoly that did not happen last night because of the passing of Martindale. But yeah. And then in terms of evening stuff, in prime time, we should be getting our. We actually have 2 more weeks left of Celebrity Jeopardy, incredibly enough. Tonight will be the third. And final semifinal match. Let's switch this to 7 o'clock. There we go. That'll show us the whole prime time. So tonight will be the third and final. Will be the third and final semifinal match. For the third and final semifinal match of Celebrity Jeopardy. And then we're already in the semifinals of the floor, considering how close we are already getting to the end here. And then going to the following Wednesday, the 23rd, next week will be our finales. So the Celebrity Jeopardy finale will be the 23rd. So that'll be next week. Will be the finale of Celebrity Jeopardy. And then is the floor going to end with the start of Jeopardy Masters on the 30th? I want to see. I guess we'll see. And then at 7 p.m., that's when Celebrity Wheel of Fortune will start. And then that will be followed by the first round of Jeopardy Masters. That's going to be exciting. Because, yeah, I actually still have, I believe I still have a clip from the. I've actually made an audio clip of one of the weird answers from I believe the first year this was done. What's it called? Oh yeah, this one. Why not 2 points for finishing second? Yeah, why not 2 points for finishing second? That sounds pretty good. That sounded pretty good, isn't it? All right. No, I don't need you. I don't need this word on here. I'm fine with the one machine I have. All right, now to get the stuff loaded up on here. I can tell that Baraboo does not work. Wow, we're off to a great start already. Baraboo doesn't work. And Scottsbluff doesn't work. Isn't that amazing? Very amazing. I'm impressed. Okay, let's go ahead now. And we're going to get these stations ready to go here. Well, first let's start with the NWR stuff. Okay, here we go. Albany, New York. And let me move this. Is that general? That's all I need. Yeah, switch to silent update so that way it'll continue in the background. Okay. Close that page out. Back to the NWR section. Okay, let's continue. So, Amarillo, Texas. DC, Binghamton, we already got. Boston. Blacksburg's not till later. And then Buffalo. New York there. Charleston, South Carolina. The other Charleston in West Virginia. And then I can do the rest from here. Indianapolis, Somerset, Frankfurt. This will be Chattanooga, Morristown, and then Champaign. There we go. Okay, let's continue. So Charleston, West Virginia. We don't need Chicago. Cleveland. We'll do Toledo again. And I'll do most of the setup on here now. Let's get that out of the way. All right, Fort Worth, Gaylord. We're gonna put Winston-Salem on here instead because it seems like I barely even could tell that Raleigh tested at all, if ever. And then Meriden, Connecticut, Columbus, Ohio, and we're gonna find a spot to put whatever there. All right, let's proceed. Okay, Denver, Des Moines, Detroit. This is where Paducah is going. And I can do some of the setup on here too. So Gray, Maine, Charlotte, North Carolina, Tampa, Florida. We'll do Mamie again for Newport. Okay, let's continue. And we'll need Halifax, Nova Scotia. We already got Gaylord going on the other system. And then Bemidji, Minnesota for Grand Forks. And then Wolf Lake. We already got Gray, Maine. Green Bay's not till later. We got GSP going already. What else? Indianapolis, Jackson, Lincoln is all set up. Louisville. What the hell? Melbourne. That one will be Miami. That one will be Melbourne. Okay, we got those two going here. Morristown. Mount Holly's not till later. We got Newport, New York City, Northern Indiana, Paducah. No Peachtree, it's not till later. Pittsburgh. Where did Detroit go? There we go. Put this into place. There we are. Beautiful. Okay. We got Pittsburgh there. Let's continue on. Raleigh's going on the other machine. State College doesn't come till later on. Tallahassee's not till later. Tampa. Wakefield's not till later on. Wilmington, Ohio. And actually, yeah, let's put Halifax on. Let's put Halifax right there. Again, just like we did last. And I guess that leaves one more thing. That is KBTO out of North Dakota. Got that running, and we will be set. So, with that, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Let's play this again. As in Turd Ferguson, host. That's great. I see Southern PA is streaming the weekly. Getting ready for the weekly. Well, that's not the Weather Channel. That's something. That's some other one. Of course, look at that. We get our daily dose of New Hampshire. All right. I will just go back on New Hampshire on here. And then I got something else I would like to mess around with for a little bit, as we get ready for the weeklies. Roku. And also, let me make sure everything's ready on here. I think I just made the keyboard disappear by mistake. Yeah, go ahead and close. Okay. All right. Yep, ensuring the recom gets it. All right. Now, I enjoyed my break for sure. All right, if I open, let's open up this file here. I'm not sure why I have two duplicates, but that's all right. Yeah, this is what I've been messing around with for the past, over the last several hours with that new song, particularly. I mean, I put this alongside the Flutter Realm from this, and oh boy, did it sound great. I haven't tried it with any of the other new ones yet, including this one, but I'll see what I can mess around with tonight. All right. Oh yeah, and then of course we got Deal or No Deal with Brandon, and yeah, Deal or No Deal with Brandon and Wheel of Fortune Second Edition, and I will be taking care of Celebrity Jeopardy right here with you all later tonight. So we'll take care of that when it comes on the San Francisco market. So I'll take care of the floor on the way back from my Cybit class tonight, and then, as I said, we'll take care of Celebrity Jeopardy, at the end of the show when we're all set and done here. And then after that, unless MVG slaps another Monopoly Night in America in my face at the stroke of midnight, then I can get to bed at a decent hour and get that sleep I missed out on. But yeah. So, anyway, there we go. Okay. All right. Let's start this thing from the beginning. Heck enough. Oh, it sounds great like this already. This is the part I seem to enjoy the most. I like this remix better than the original. Because that sounds so good, I was actually thinking cancel. If it corrupted it, oh well. I have it back. Let me see if it even still opens. It failed to read a file. Because I canceled compacting the project and now it's corrupted. Well, it doesn't matter because as I said, I have a backup copy. See? Oh, this was when I played around with Sinking Boat. And I'm going to get rid of that too. Make a backup copy. Call it copy of. I don't care. Just do what you need to do. Alright, Tom and Ben, it is showtime, so we're going to see you both later. Now, here we go. Do I have the song? Oh, I do have the song open. So let's play the song here while we're getting set up. Take this off the charger. Stations up. Okay, I guess we know Covington doesn't work. Pittsburgh, Massachusetts. Start all these. Okay, we're ready. I'm gonna let the song finish. Oh, podcast. Oh man. Okay. So, here's what we got left. Miami, Forks, Raleigh, Paducah, Charleston, Gray Main, and Amarillo. It's all that's left. So now have it step. I just got that. That's also right. So go ahead and start the station with one thing. All right. Let's play that song again. I actually have a clever idea. All right, let's get ready for the Central Time Zone before we decide what to do next regarding this song. So, Wichita. Now, Tulsa already went, so we're gonna have to fill something in for it. Now we're looking to fill in. Springfield. Sweet spot cities. Omaha. Okay, that will be all today. Is Nashville back on? Yes, it is. Cross. Houston. Lincoln staying where it is. Please select. We're gonna put New Orleans in the really fine room. Memphis. Since the main Lubbock station is out of service currently, we're gonna do its alternate counterpart, Plainview. Cherokee Village. Lincoln and La Crosse are already set. It's like Charles even. Now it just announced. I see Blacksburg testing. Hastings is normally where this goes. Sorry, I took care of during the day. Raleigh at last. All right. Roy has secured its spots. Dixon can't compete it. All right, moving on. Base marks are already ready. So on says the last one. Okay, what does that leave us with? Amarillo can go there. Gray Main. All right, I think we're gonna need some extras here.
Yeah, we are absolutely going against the naturals. All right. Can't let them talk.
Well, they gave shout outs again. Let's play that song again while we wait. Really, what took you so? Okay, so with that done, that leaves us with. So that leaves us with. So that leaves us then with Amarillo, San Angelo, Shreveport, Paducah, and Springfield. To not access local variable. That's not good. Okay, restart. Okay, that isn't right. Yeah, that's not right at all. Let me take out frequency already. So we heard from. See, we heard from all of these already.
This is a test of the National Weather Service's NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System. This test is conducted late on every Wednesday morning unless severe weather is in the area, and then the test is postponed until the next good weather day. There is no severe weather in the area at this time. Repeating once again, this is a test of the NOAA Weather Radio Warning Alarm System. This concludes this week's test.
That's a new message. That's a new message. Okay, so the thing went down, so I'm fixing it now. I'm gonna try the best I can to get this thing back up and running. Because I did not fall for this. I didn't even. The alarm went up the first time at the beginning of the hour, and now all of a sudden it stopped working. I don't understand this. I just don't understand. How is it working, and then all of a sudden it just doesn't? I don't understand this. To be honest. Who else is not tested? It's for Springfield. Paducah's already in there. Well, let me make sure we have them all. So Amarillo, Paducah. I put Abilene in there. Springfield's in there. Huntsville, North Platte, and Aberdeen. All right. Okay, good. It worked. Okay, we are back in business now. Oh, and I gotta take the. Oh yeah, and I gotta take the station now because the test we're getting. I forgot to turn all these other guys off today. Put that in. Get this board out. All right. And we no longer need this system, so we'll just go ahead and let it run. And turn these guys off since there was no super tested for Chicago. And of course, now we can't get the new message because everybody else ignored the weekly. Because everybody else ignored the RWC. Okay. So, now that we're getting down to the wire, here we go. Huntsville. North Platte.
Really excited here. It's time for some new. Done.
All right. Now I think we're ready to start recording this. Okay. Here we go. Hold everything. Okay. All right. We're going to start over from the beginning. So back to Wolf Road. Get in position. Take two. Okay. We'll keep going in a bit. All right, I'm getting the Mountain Time Zone ready while we have the chance. Oh, there goes San Angelo. All right.
74 degrees. And Bowling southwest wind at 2 miles an hour. Gust from 29 until late morning. Sunny. Flood warning continues for the 70 degrees. Southwest wind at 29 miles an hour. Entering 29. Stage was 29. Sunny. 76 degrees, 0 feet. West wind at 17 miles an hour. Gusting to 29. Early morning. Hereford. Sunny. A current temperature 9 degrees. Southwest wind at 17 miles an hour. The latest weather. Sunny. Are 73 degrees. First half of Thursday. South wind at 17 miles an hour. 60s to 72. Sunny. Into the 70s on 70 degrees. Actually pushing 80 in South areas. Wind at 24 miles an hour. Continues to look like Sunday. Multiple rain. 72 degrees. Chances Friday night. Southwest wind at 21 miles an hour. Severe thunderstorms in surrounding areas. Especially Sunday. Temperature rainfall in the leaves inches is southwest wind at 17 miles an hour. Official National Weather Service forecast for the 71 degree area. Rest
All right.
today, sunny.
Let's try again. This is the third attempt. So we're supposed to branch off of Wolf Road. All right. Actually, you know what? Because this computer is completely blank, let's play that song on Schism Tracker. Why not? I gotta find it. Not train. Journey this time. D&B remix. Here we go. Let's pump the volume up. We'll go back on that with the next test. All right. Ready? And roll. I don't think it was supposed to pan one. Okay, that's more like it. All right, let's get in position. And let's do this again. And go. Actually, I always know don't have this thing panned up when I start. Okay, now go. Southwest at 16 thunderstorms until day 74. Wind southwest at 17. Okay, hold it right there. Why is this taking forever? It should be taking this long. It should be taking this long to process the imagery. Alright. We'll use this opportunity to check image position. Alright. Let's do this again. KRG 76 in the mid-Americas of Indiana. South will try 20 to 30 minutes. Diminishing to 10 to 20 miles per hour in the middle base of WBGW FM. Around the cast originates and runs with 10 to 20 miles per hour. In Friday night, partly cloudy. Here are some bright temperature showers in the evening. Winds can be under 30, show in low 30 to rain 20%. Let's just use Wolf Road as like a test here. 30% chance it's 40 Saturday night. 36 clouds. It's 31.50% chance of rain showers. Lower 52 in 30s. Shawnee Sunday. It's always the beginning part that stops us. Okay, that's better. So let's move it back just a bit. Alright, should be good now. Go. Yes, much better. Alright, now we have another challenge. You have to get around so we don't get forced off to the Willow Springs Road.
The Friday weather will be possible on Thursday. It's 30 will be possible for the eastern intervals on Friday. A strong warning severe with large physical damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
At this time. Fire rangers and emergency officials should be alert and elevated and fire weather conditions on Thursday and 33.6 fire weather watch. Thursday morning was 23.6 rain and low relative humidity for the forecast both in South and Five Panhandle. The National Weather Service Amarillo has issued a warning that they watch low relative humidity Thursday morning through Thursday evening. Like Hunter, it's great. Randall, relative humidity are more than 80%. Today, flag and temperatures are in the upper 60s to around 70 Thursday. It comes in and 9 p.m. Pushing 80% fire and otherwise the potential for critical fire like a vehicle weekend. Forecasting already have warnings. Strong to severe fire weather warning through Wednesday evening for strong rainfall and the future was also possible Panhandle and the Oklahoma Panhandle, the official national weather area forecast will be in the west today. Dallas, cancer. The was coming 9 miles an hour. Cloudy until midnight. Coming mostly down 25 to 30 miles an hour.
Whoa.
The speeds around to 10 and up to humidity. Thursday was cloudy in the morning.
Later than 10 south. As we go.
And the 9 weather once been fire weather conditions in the afternoon later forecasting Thursday rain flag 158. Climate summary is of 9 a.m. It's temperature up to 30 miles. So far to be a low temperature and degrees. Low with 43 in the upper 70s. Expert low is 29 degrees for 20 miles or up to 30 miles per hour. It's fallen chances reached the Mars total at 1.1 degrees. Cloudy with the chance 0.1 above the margin on 0.69 is the ratio. The total precipitation for the year still stands at 2.85 Saturday below the thunderstorm sunset tonight at 7:21 p.m. Near steady temperature in the 11 a.m. area weather held up. International area. Temperature thunderstorm degrees till midnight. 0.47 and the weather still was 46%. Wind down lows at the upper 10 hour. Gusting 30-70%. Pressure 30.00 inches and falling. Elsewhere in the Panhandle, in the morning, high was 72 degrees. Mostly sunny. Sunday night, 68 degrees with the chance of showers. A south wind at 17, chance of thunderstorms until midnight. Chance of thunderstorms 59 degrees. Yellow, sunny. 74 degrees. Southwest wind at 20. Gusting to 29 degrees. Chance of showers. Sunny. 70 degrees. Southwest wind at 21 miles and 99. Gusting to 29. Chance of showers until midnight. 76 degrees in the upper 40s. West wind at 17 miles an hour. Tuesday evening. The 30% chance of showers. 69 degrees for 70s. Southwest wind at the 14 already in the tri-state area. Sunny day. Sunny 73 degrees in the mid-60s. South wind at 17 miles and 5 miles an hour. Sunny. This outlook is proportional to southwest wind at southwest miles an hour. Eastern Kentucky and South Sunny, Missouri. 78 degrees today and tonight. Wind at 100 miles an hour. area rivers today surrounding areas referring to flood watch and statements from more temperature 69 degrees days to 7 weathers need to 70 over a major flooding level in many area rivers. 71 degrees flood warnings and statements from North County. 74 degrees storms return Friday nights for the weekend. Mostly sunny, heavy rainfall and 7 degrees severe storms in City. The third information statement 64 degrees station cannot be overcome this weekend. Mostly sunny. Here on Paradise City and observations with the Tri-Coastal region. At 69 degrees sunny, temperature was 30 degrees, mostly sunny, 31. Wellington humidity was 30%. Dodge City, windy variable at 70 miles an hour. The pressure was 37.7 sunny. At Henderson, it was sunny. Once again, west, 10 miles an hour. The pressure was 31 degrees.
We were so close to getting all the requests.
11 east until midnight at 9 miles. Sunday and temperature was 24 degrees. The wind was 64 miles at 77. Wind speed 85 sunny. Temperature was at 0 degrees. Northeast 55. Wind was at 16 elsewhere around the region where those from the area. Southeast was from southwest. It was 63. The area was southwest at 12. It was 72. Wind south was the area moved at 65. 73. From 63. The number 72. Southwest 1.4. Still daylight 76. Was touching in the late night weather maps. National 72. Southwest on Thursday. Temperatures will jump in the upper 6 southwest 70 today. 70s are 34. Actually, southwest and areas will be running. Sunday 75. Casting in. Under 7. Sunday 19. Strong vague for swinging northwest air, especially Saturday and Sunday. The current time is 47 also daylight time. The flood warning is now in the weather radio daily link. The voice of the people may service in the Bucket Panhandle until Tuesday. This station operates on a 10:30 AM, 62.55 megahertz from the National Weather Service Office in Evelyn, Kentucky. The server is a color to
There we go. We are really moving now.
24 hours a day with regional weather condition national weather forecast in the climate summer state area. Rest of the day, sunny and short-term forecasts are also broadcast at one period of severe weather. The nation is expected to timely hear this weather news in the upper 20 summit on NOAA weather radio. Service office at Tuesday 6. Anytime you want to visit our website at www.shepherd.gov/in the upper screens. Eastern is visited today for Amarillo and surrounding 50 miles an hour in the afternoon. Thursday night, the upper leaves. Goes from west east 10 to 20 miles to 30 miles an hour. Mostly clear. Sunny north in the mid-50s, slight chance of showers southwest 10 to 20 miles in the Isles of the East up to 30 miles.
That was a rough start. We are finally moving.
The afternoon, 20%. Today night, overnight, the chance of thunderstorms west, morning showers midnight. Just up to 29 miles. The afternoon, 60s. Thursday night, chance of rain and cloudy. Saturday, a chance of thunderstorms shower southwest winds 30 miles 60s up 20 miles for a night. The night time to 1 hour at night. Midnight. Chance of thunderstorms west winds 20 miles 50s. Friday night. Chance of cloudy 70%. A slight chance of showers in the evening. Chance of thunderstorms lows in the upper 30 showers likely. Chance of rain 20%. Highs in the low 70s, mostly cloudy. Chance of rain, like 10% in the afternoon. Sunday night, mostly cloudy with a chance of shower in the mid 60s. A slight chance of thunderstorms at night. Then a chance of thunderstorms and clouds. Lows, chance of rain showers. Chance of rain 50%, lower 30s. Day, a chance of thunderstorms with a 20% chance of rain showers. A chance of showers around 70 in the upper 60s. Sunday and Monday, mostly 50%. Lows, upper 30s, cloudy. Highs in the low chance of showers until midnight. Mostly clear in the upper 40s. Lows around 50. Chance of rain Tuesday. Mostly sunny Tuesday. Mostly sunny 20% chance of showers in the afternoon. The low 80s. Again, rain slightly again. You'll try to the area for the now here today. Weather outlook for the states is that it will 60s. On a state day and hours and spring is going to be possible to be handles today. But morning continues as a normal for damage winds and 8 point and half the outlook for the stage for 20 for Tuesday. Stage fire when will be possible for market handles. Stage late Friday morning continue and 20 handles on Friday. 26 normal for to be severe with going on minus handles and until late tonight. Morning Jersey is for the alternate river and other it's not in a at this time. April 11th, features and should be alert for images and potential fire weather on Thursday. It's expected to be a little fine and summer days of 9 a.m. April to 17.5 Saturday. So far, the low temperature has been 47 degrees. Morning is now in effect until early 5 degrees above the low range 43. The Ohio River near the desert low is 29 degrees like that in 1974. No precipitation has fallen from the total at 1.17, 6.0 feet. This is 0.4 meters. It is like the normal amount of 0.6 inches for rainfall. The total precipitation for a year still staying at 6.85 inches. But rain is down until below the evening. Sunset is at 11 p.m. Thursday 11 a.m. area weather around the evening. Under National Airport in Amarillo, 57.07, and a relative humidity.
No, we are not getting off at I-57. We are continuing south on 294. Rolling on. Yeah, that curve is difficult to conquer. So we're gonna do that after, a little late. We'll do it with the curve later, but let's just go ahead and add what we have here now. Can't wait to see the final product when it's all done. Oh, Columbus, Wisconsin. Start the stations up. Let's try to get it clear beginning. That was hard, but we did it. But unfortunately, we're gonna make the stop. So that's where it continues from. All right. Stop the music. Stop the music. It's time. No, go away.
All right, we are moving to Pico over here. Okay, continue on.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna start the bridge over from the beginning, going south. Right here. Yeah, good. All right. Now continue. Three miles to go. Thank you for using the Illinois toll. Yep, this is where we want to get off. Okay, it's enough. All right. That's as far as Apple Maps allows us to go. Not waiting for it's all done. You know, we're kind of doing it in a so this is not going to be part of the series. So this is not going to be part of the weekly series. This is going to be a special this episode. This is just going to be a special bonus episode. Okay, so right now we're going to do a couple of things. First, hi again, Tom and Ben. Welcome back. It's good sound already. And for just first place for play. We don't need it right now. We don't need it right now. So that's airing as a rerun. So while we wait for the Zuga, let's do some there we go. All right. Let's get Basilica going. Okay. Now I'm gonna go get some lunch. Then
The current time is 20 is shown virtually around 500 something shows up with a 50% chance of sharing our
I see Casey as an testing.
All right. Now let's get let's get Albuquerque started. There we go. Take the sinking note off. Put this guy in his place.
Hey, now for person, place, or thing.
I hope that was off. Crank it up.
Let's get started. Yep.
Right, then we're gonna load Albuquerque up on here, then.
In the lower 70s, lows in the upper 30s. Saturday, partly cloudy. A chance of showers through the night. Highs in the lower 60s. Lows in the lower 30s. Sunday, mostly clear.
Yep, Newport, Rhode Island.
Weather radio warning device. Following the alert tone, your receiver should have turned on automatically. The alarm tone just transmitted should have been heard on any operating receiver. The alarm tone will be used to alert you in times of threatening weather and will be followed by a watch, warning, or emergency message. This test will be conducted each Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon, except when hazardous weather threatens. The test will then be postponed until the first fair weather day. Once again, this has been a test of the new weather radio warning device. We now return to news programming.
BB-8 came later in the franchise.
Yep. Kitty.
Hold on. Why are you playing Grafton?
Cleveland already win.
Alright, now, on with the music. Let's crank it up. Salt Lake is testing again. Stopped by a train. Alright, back to editing this. Continue. Let's crank this up a bit. Why not? Amazing. Alright, let's render this in 720p. Yes, I know the battery level's low. Just render it for crying out loud. Yep, do the right thing.
I like that.
Alright, let's import it now to the computer. Play this again. Brandon Fraser. Alright, here we go. Importing from the iPad. Give it a second here while it finds 50,000 photos off the. How about. Shanghai? Hong Kong. Is it ready? Yep, there it is. Add. Not a Japanese city. No, that's Europe. So I'm thinking it's probably. No, it's not Tokyo. Beijing. Shanghai. Or is it Shanghai? I think it's Shanghai. It could be Shanghai. Alright. Oh, it is Shanghai. Poor thing, yes. All right, here we go.
Create a new video.
All right, here we go. Let's make a new video now. Add in the song. Clipchamp hates XM files, so obviously that won't work. That was last week's program. I don't know why that's still there. I think it was when I was trying to put that character extravaganza together. Add the music straight away.
We'll wait for the pictures folder to refresh.
There it is.
I wonder where they got that pre-roll from.
Kind of funny. I have a feeling it's going to be absolute trash when this is done. Okay, let's cut this part off.
Alright, so WLK tested. Thankfully, I still had them on. I was able to rewind, and I got them. Alright, we're getting ready now for the Pacific. The following is a test of the following is a test of the emergency turret system. The following is a test of the emergency turret system. The following is a test of the emergency turret system. Introducing the ETS. Not estimated time of service. It's called the emergency turret system, created by. I'm not even saying. Okay. Alright. Running down everything, making sure that we're ready to go. Certainly. And Sacramento actually works for once. Yay! I'm so happy. Anyway. Alright. So. Alright, so Roseburg. We'll put Richland here. Hi, Nani. Your favorite road's is getting an updated video. Are you happy? I sure hope you are. Alright, here we go. We're making the music go fast. This is really fast now. Oh my god, it's going so fast. It's going really, really fast. I see Springfield finally tested. Try to see if I can rewind. When I go slow.
Okay, how far back do we need to go? All right, found the Springfield test. All right, got Springfield. Now to move San Diego over. There we go. All right, got Springfield taken care of. All right.
CPC with Gas Dispatcher of Track 1333. Just let you know, I'm going to take you over to two that Watertown will be around that 25 that they put up on 1. So take it down to the 2, back over to 1 at January. BKT, yes.
It's time for some new azaleas. It's time for some new azaleas.
Yeah, that looks great. All right. Well, folks, I think. Oh, no, not that. No, no, not that. That's not what I want. Now, folks, I think it's time. So here we go. Here we go. This is not going to go into the playlist. And also, for right now, this is going to be unlisted. Actually, I have a better idea. Let's make it private for now, and if you would like me to make it public, I'd be more than happy. This is not supposed to be a remaster. Who's that? San Diego? Yep.
Warning system. The test is normally conducted between 10 and noon each Wednesday with the city. The signal was also used to an emergency rating of the 10 alarm network of radio operators.
I really love the way that turned out. That video turned out. This isn't part of the weekly Street View series. I just wanted to remaster I-294 South once again. I just wanted to remaster I-294 South once again because I found a new chiptune that best fits with. I don't even. Because a new chiptune. Because just want to see what I-294 South would be like with a new chiptune that I like now. I like this one better. Yeah, I like that one. We're not adding this to a playlist or anything. This is going to be private for right now. If you would like me to make it public, I'd be more than happy to. But for now, I'm fine with the private. So anyway, there we go. That is beautiful. And I don't think it's available on. Where is that Borealis at? You shall not pass. Ah, here he is. Here's the Borealis. Life with three cats. What could go wrong? Rock Island District Volume 2.
Yeah, and because it's private, it's not visible here. Not visible on here. I have to switch over to the other account. And then I can go to videos, private, sort it by oldest, and just pick it down. There it is. Hanford. And now with that done, I'm sure you all know what's coming next, right? Yep. Now that we have the new 294, now it's time to see what the Flooded Realm is like with this being here. Ooh, 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 this is gonna be good. Let's crank the volume up. Entire clip, 100. The hell? And this is where the green screen effect will begin. So take this out. And we're gonna throw this clip in. No, not separate audio. Take the audio out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear any part of it over this amazing song. Now here we go. Throw in the chroma key. And we're gonna turn the threshold up. Where's it at? It's on black by default. Okay. Put it on the striping, I don't care. Let's crank it up. Ah, looks amazing. Oh yeah, it looks amazing like this. Okay. Not even gonna bother retrying it. But wow, that video of 294 is amazing. The way it turned out.
Oh my god, I love the way that turned out. I really do. I really enjoy the way that turned out. Close that file. That's all there is. Okay. All right. Is anything starting in that march? Well, I'll explain. Okay. So, anyway, those of you who might be just joining us now, well, we're happy to have you with us here today. Oh my, lots of days of 70 degrees. Yeah, I like. Anyway, looks like that marker might show over once because I don't really see much uh happening. Yeah, I don't see much happening at all. Okay, so those of you who might actually just be joining us right now, well, welcome. Well, we're glad to have you here on this Wednesday afternoon. Man, we have had quite a fun day. Well, we've had a lot of fun so far, especially just in this hour alone. And I'll explain about it in just a little bit. But first, let's get you all up to speed with where we're at since we went on the air earlier this morning. Now, once again, I apologize for being a little late. I was still a bit too tired after. I was just still a bit too tired after the Flutterome thing. Just shut it off, went back to bed, opened my eyes, and I missed JS. Well, actually, I didn't miss it, thankfully, because it wasn't until 10 minutes after we got on the air at 8:15 that they finally tested. So I'm glad for that. Um, so far, in terms of weeklies, there have been a few offices that were actually pretty late today, but all of them actually did do it. However, there are still a few who have not. And it's Paducah, Amarillo, Grand Junction, and Pendleton. Those offices have not sent weeklies out. And I would like to take a look. Okay. So I want to see if any of them went while the station was down. Let's take a look. Oh no, we're not supposed to be in here. We're supposed to be in Mass NWR. Okay. Look for KPAH. No weekly from Paducah. When did Grand Junction go? They went early today. They went at 11:45. So Grand Junction went at 11:45. So right before everybody else. Otherwise, then, we're just down to Pendleton. And I don't think we heard from Amarillo either. What about Amarillo? Oh, it has to be the exact channel. KAMA. The last one this logger took was from last week. Now, let me go back a bit on this and see. Because I want to take a look. When was the last time this logger actually accepted NWR weeklies? When was the last time this thing accepted it? Go to page 7 and let's take a look. I mean, oh my god, look at this. Look at all these alert ignores. Here we go, March 26th. Go back a page. This was the last time. Alert sent. We gotta keep going back. Here, Okay, yeah, sometimes this thing is messed up as it is. Let's go back a page. Actually, we're on the 26th now. We gotta keep hitting back until we see. Okay, here it is. Here we go. The last time an NWR test was ever accepted on this logger was right here. That was the last time an NWR weekly was accepted. April Fools.
Is a test of the no-weather radio warning alarm device. During potentially dangerous weather situations, specially built radios are automatically activated by this tone to warn you of impending weather hazards in central Arizona.
So this was the last time an NWR test was accepted on the 2nd. Because by the time the Eastern Seaboard started ignoring everything. It's been weeks since that, and John is not interested in changing any of this back to the way it was before. So until then, but yeah. So anyway, well, that's what that. But anyway, in terms of Verizon, well, we didn't have too much luck. Only 4, 6, and 15 went last night, and there are still several other clusters to go. 11, 14. I expect them to test tonight. I expect them to do it. I don't care. We want them to do it tonight, regardless. Or did they go while I was messing around with the... Or did they test while I was messing around with the Macarena on Monday night? I don't know. Alright. So now I got Las Vegas going. Let me go ahead and pull up Globe on here if they go at the same time as that. Okay. Yeah, it's better to be ready now than be sorry. So, anyway.
That was Verizon, guys. I'm gonna keep it there. Because what if okay. So then earlier on in the hour. Now, I have been talking about since last night. I had discovered this thing. This chiptune right here. This has been part of my all new song collection for quite a while. And it's now that I finally enjoy it. And it's now that I finally enjoy it. And in fact, I did actually enjoy it after just making this thing right here. Now, I know this is kind of familiar because this is a Street View route that I had done in the past, but I had just gotten this idea. I really want, I was thinking, after taking a listen to it, after listening to it over and over and over again, I was thinking this is perfect for Southbound 294. No doubt. So, after listening to this multiple times, 294 was a perfect fit for this. So, I did sort of an impromptu Street View video. It is, however, up on my channel right now, but you're not seeing it because it's private. Because I have it set on private right now. I'm kind of thinking about. But now, earlier when I was watching it, I was thinking this might actually be perfect for the 200th episode when we get to it next year. But I don't know if I want to wait, if my viewers want to wait that long. Well, because there's still a whole bunch of other new songs that I want to use. Okay. All right then. So, yeah, that video 294 that resonated very, very well. Like almost instantly. You know, as soon as I made it, it resonated with me almost immediately. And there was no way I could wait to create the Street View video, you know, have it fully done. So, I did not want to wait. I wanted to make it. But now I want to leave it up to our viewers. Do you want me to make it public so you all can see it? That would be, well, the video is public on the channel, on the Playfield TV network, but not on the main one yet. And when I just had that break, I was actually thinking, why have I not made the best of season 2 yet of Downers Grove? Why did I not do that yet? And I was also thinking, because as I've talked about over the weekend with Rochelle coming up at the end of next month, I was thinking, you know what? Let's do a double feature. Let's do a best of season 2 of Downers Grove and sort of a trailer or hype for the return to Rochelle. So it'll be like a double trailer. And, better yet, I can make use of one of the new songs that I have in my collection of chiptunes. In fact, I have an idea already in mind. So anyway, let's not worry about that right now. Let's get ready for the next time zone here. Well, actually, there's no other time zone after this, because after Seattle, that's it. It's over. It's all done. So anyway, who is left? Who has yet to test? So, Amarillo, Paducah, there's a few other ones. Pendleton also has yet to test. And Sacramento, now that that works again. Okay. So, those offices who have yet to test are going to be in the evening slot in case they end up making it up. But meanwhile, I'm going to add them to the postponement list. So Amarillo. Who else? Paducah. And if and when they do make it up, all right. So, if we do not hear, all right. If we do not hear from these offices by the end of the night tonight, they go to the Thursday section. They move to Thursday. They will be in the Thursday slot. Oh no, this is not gonna look pretty.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch that video again and again. Considering how great it is. How great that turned out. Okay, since Seattle failed on my end, we're going to go ahead and reset the station one final time. And we're adding in the evening stuff. And yeah, nothing else to it. Okay. All right. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. The main time zone, the main part of this whole fiasco is over. But of course, we still have the evening tests to go. And speaking of which, I'm going to give the other offices until this thing is fully charged to send the weekly out, because if we do not hear from them by then, I'll pack this thing up and get this thing packed up, and I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll get it put in its. I'll get it put in my backpack when we, when it comes time for Monopoly. So that way I don't have to worry about it later. But with that, let's get started. Oh yeah, there's that Audacity document I've been working with too, which is basically that same thing. I'll close Shism Tracker. Is the weather scan doing normal music, or is it still in red mode after? Wow, he basically lost interest in changing anything. The weather, everything is still basically in red mode after. Yeah, he still hasn't changed this back. The weather scan is still playing the severe weather mode. Everything is still basically being ignored. So, I guess he never got around to. But never mind. The weather scan is not my primary, alerting station. It's not my primary thing. So, no big deal. Okay, so let's get on with our games now. Well, let me also see if any more Chromcasts I've tested during this time. Who could that be? Sacramento? That is Sacramento, finally. Oh, that's right, because I restored the snapshot, everything's back to the way it was. But we're just gonna assume we're gonna continue from here. April Fools. The Port Richmond Wigwag.
Consistent warning service possible. These alerts will only be activated for selected exciting counties. Western Louis, Shasta, City, and East.
All right, let's try that again. There we go. Colorado Crossings, the last wigwag.
Directing Station Board Cooney, for the Watertown Publication. On the fateful day of March 2021, dismantled. The wigwag was deactivated and dismantled. The new flasher units were erected into place and wired for service. The passing of an Amtrak train quite literally signaled the dawning of newer technology at this time-honored location. An era had ended. Although disappointed, railroad enthusiasts were delighted to learn that the BNSF Railroad had agreed to donate this last remaining wigwag to the Colorado Railroad Museum. Together, these have played important roles in advancing safety along the railroad and
for the state's many motorists and pedestrians as well. Thanks for joining me today. This magnetic, like a good name. Bitch.
All right. Now, the only other thing. Let's see. Just need to go back on the other Amtraks, particularly the Zephyr and the Chief. And I see that our Evening Zephyr and the Evening Zephyr is actually on its way now. It's on its way now. Alright, 167 and 23 with nothing special. What about the other one? Oh, looks like they all had the new phase scheme. And nothing special on either of them. Okay. Now, we just wait. Constellation Part 1. A Windows 11 computer. It was creating a Windows 11 PC. Oh, there's the builder. The afternoon builder.
No alarm. Length 991. Mile 118.0 out.
Yeah, this is one of the few cases where the gates sometimes take forever to go up after the train passes by. I don't find it very busy when there's just one track there. Personally, I enjoy it when there are multiple tracks. Alright, we're gonna wait and see if the hill will test. On Windows 11. Windows 7. I see, Windows 7. Is that Chromium or is that like RC taking older videos? Yeah. I see these are not his original. He's taking he's reusing older stuff. Oh gosh, 4 things playing at once. Blue screening 4 different things at the same time. And what was that? Windows 11? No, that's Windows 10. Windows 10. Oh gosh. Now what's this? 10. That's 10. It's like trying to identify the operating system. Windows 11 on a Lenovo. And is that from the factory? I wonder what doing a BSOD on a Copilot Plus PC would be like. Having three friends. The heck? That's all it had to say. It needs to restart. Windows 7. Ugh, Minecraft computer. I think I recognize this. I recognize this one. Well, let's listen to the rest of this. Yep, I recognize that voice. I recognize that voice. When she used to do like how many little screen parts did she do? I think she did like 15 of them. It's weird that it's in here. And I don't know what model laptop that is, but I do know that is Windows 10 when these were recorded, because I know damn well that Windows 11 was not out by then. Because yeah, everybody was still using Windows 10 at the time. Another Windows 10. People just come up with the craziest things to hit the crash switch on. There's no way I could do it on a college machine. Well, that is Windows 10. What does that say? Lion? Did you put a shortcut? And I don't know what computer model that is. The Hanna-Barbera logo. Samsung. It's Windows 11. Oh, it's the Emoji Movie, the one that Plain Rock was ranting on when he switched to the iPhone 10. I can tell this is one of those crappy remakes. Just like those that's the same editor that was used for those cell phones from and shutdown remakes. I mean, some of the sounds were quite accurate, but yeah, some of them were quite accurate, but others were just off note. DSOD in color crash.
Oh my gosh. Yes, this one.
Yeah. For yeah.
That is just great.
This is great.
Oh, Stephanie Church on a Lenovo? Oh no. I see the Copilot app open. Windows 10. Windows 10. Oh my gosh, all the stuff. Oh my gosh, these PSD videos have been getting better and better. Powerpuff Girls on Windows 7? And what's that yellow bar at the bottom? Part 2 coming when? Oh, it's coming soon. Because they just uploaded it today, in fact. Oh, there's some more grounded videos. More grounded stuff that I've been watching. Here's one. On KineMaster. Yeah, this doesn't even look like a professional Go animated video. Just helpful to get. They just took some pictures from whatever. Oh my god. Roshi shuts down 20th Century Studios? What is all of this? Chewy nose? Oh my gosh.
Now New Orleans train crossing. The party camera went down this last night too. I forgot to mention that. I don't know if it's back on now or not. It sounded like a whistle. I don't even know what the bell cycle is on these crossings. Alright, that's all of them. Now you're going to try to redo the other puzzles, because we did them. Alright. Done with one game, we go to another. Let's play this again, why not? They've just overlapped it with some other sound effects.
Testing and the imminent arrival, the smart commuter trend this weekend has one town how pubs with excitement. Our John Remus has got that story. This is the North Santa Rosa Airport Station, currently the end of the line for the smart commuter rail system. But shortly it will be making its move north to the town of Mercer, helping to an often delayed to voters. It's a time when people locate their votes. This town is the best stop, right? It's classically it's the double is right here. Tim Zonner has looked forward to the return of the train, but it has required innovations. And the train's here now for almost 19 years, and he's been traded on that long. The system began operation in 2074 and it hasn't right. Major loss, pandemic, and a
sales tax extension. But now, Zollers is excited to do the clanging of the crossing gates and the blaring horn as the smart trains rumble back and forth from Santa Rosa to Windsor. Testing system.
The positive train control. This is a period of testing that's going to take the entire month. About this weekend is that with the opposite system testing. The first through the roundabout to the new station is very exciting.
The rail line was sold to owners waiting for Mark Ferry in San Francisco. See it as a means of connecting the small towns, possibly for work, but also for entertainment. This is exciting because we're also having a smart train. Great. Small businesses downtown. We have shops, restaurants. Station will be a block from the Windsor Green, a spacious city park adjacent to a quaint downtown shopping area. A shop featuring artistic truffles and gorgeous chocolate sculptures. Yeah, you know, when we first moved in here, and finally we're just like, oh my god, it's here. It's like it was just like yesterday, like it had just started like the build of it, and now it's just like running, and so we're really excited about it. There are items about what the train can eat for Windsor, are sheer ideal to next. Experience service has a word of advice for them. Don't hold your breath for that. What's the next step? Let's see what happens. Yeah. You know, they send the trains, and so it's how much time you want to wait, perhaps. The final stop in the line is supposed to be Cloverdale, and years ago they built a train station which has sat empty. Smart says it will eventually reach the at its current pace. They feel their breath. Nothing. I'm glad you left because we can. Okay, I'm just gonna get going as we enjoy your literally nothing. I'm gonna also enjoy my literally nothing too. Ding. Why?
Glad you because we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present to you.
Literally nothing. Why? You're glad you asked. Because we can. Why? I'm glad you asked. Because we can. Okay, I'm just gonna get going as you enjoy your literally nothing. I'm also gonna enjoy my literally nothing too.
Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye, everyone. That's great. S&M. His VM came up with MSN Messenger, but eventually began piling up. All the MSN messaging. And that's the end of it. That's great. The master episode of Debt. And what's this? So this was the first incarnation of Lingo, even before the Game Show Network got it. It's just a lot of elements from the. Oh yeah, there's lots of elements. Disney ABC television. Debt. TRT 28 minutes. Edited August 4th, 1997. It's a master copy. Debt. Oh, with nothing. This was the second game that they did, that MVG did. Out of debt. Well, some of these I've never heard of. Or some of these I've never heard of, never saw on TV when they were new. It would be nice if they would get debt on buzzer. I mean, this show would be really good to see on buzzer. Through the little notice here. Announced contestant debt is confirmed by each contestant as of their qualification date. May not be their total financial obligation and may be limited by the prize pool. This would be a great program to see on buzzer. Of course, they'll have to get the licensing rights first before it can even air. Faded Devon, 1998. And there's the end of that. Wow. Mars Light compilation. Here's Carol. Sorry, 70 degrees in Carol. Alright, we got a bit more catching up to do before we go on to Monopoly, so we'll do that after we finish this game. Minnesota drivers hated ramp meters until they were gone. max promo and tag. Boring. The animation's nice, but no music or no sound. Okay. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. That's it, yes. Yep, that's... I really love the way that turned out. Okay, there's the white light. It is charged. So we'll go ahead and X all this out. And we'll shut down Windows 7 and this guy. I'm not accepting DRN's second weekly because they apparently test multiple times in a week. I don't know why they would do that. Okay, swapping out the charger. All right. So there's that.
This is the emergency alert system.
There was actually a few more Comcast soon after we closed. Closed it. Okay, next one. Let's play around with this in the meantime. Let's just hear the music for right now. It's on 6. Oh, this is great. It's no wonder this song is stuck in my head now. Now everything's back to normal speed. What about that Napa and Sonoma? Did I get that one live with everything else? 'Cause I swear I did. I think I closed Comcast. Right. Oh, wait a minute. Go back. This should not be here. Now AO is uh late, I guess. I didn't get Napa and Sonoma, didn't I? And a DPU on the rear. All right. So now let's go back on WAO. And then we will get ready to. And then we'll get ready to play some Monopoly. All right.
Mental well-being a priority.
So let's go ahead and return to Vista now so we can begin playing Monopoly. All right, switch out the disc with Monopoly. And with that KEMC test, the second half of our weekly test show has officially commenced. Take out AO and BAP. We'll see if any more go to. Oh, I didn't take out. I just realized I didn't take 670 to the score out. There we go. All right. Now, on we go with Monopoly. So let's load up the game. Hi, I'm Mr. Monopoly. Welcome to the game. Which have we not been yet? I don't know if I've been the horse and rider yet. Let's do that one. I'm just gonna go ahead and just pick random. No, I don't want to remove a player. All right. And today we will do. Why, of course, our Windy City, because that new tip tune I found fits well with it. Yes, custom features. No free parking. 500. Low salary. Increase everything. We want to make this game as short as possible. Oh, that should be 3 seconds. No double money. All right. The game begins now. Oh my god, I think I just made the game really short. Oh man, it's lagging now. The electric company. Let's put it up for auction. You have to go again? Option.
We're just weird. I'm actually not playing, bro.
Streetport?
Yeah, I just heard them doing a relay. So that means they tested late.
I know they went on time. They went at like 11.
Okay, then well.
Yeah, they went on. They went on.
I guess they did a second test then.
Yep, they must have tested a second time by mistake. Yeah, it looks like they tested a second time by mistake, so.
Monthly test to the ERN/pounds cap server.
Huh?
Yeah, I was seeing if they were going to replay the message, but. Of course, said. Oh, that must be the lights, dude.
Sorry, Mad Frank.
Sold.
Sorry, Mad Frank. You're ruining everything.
This is the heat from the laptop CPU struggling at 100% trying to run this stuff. Well, let's go and buy it on mortgage. Kane County Cougars. Oh my god, I haven't been to a Kane County Cougars game in forever.
There's some kind of weird thing going on here. What's going on? Oh, this is what he's talking about. Okay.
Alright. Now, automatic complete the desk going.
This is when WJ win tennis, huh?
Yep.
This is when WJ win tennis, huh?
Now one's done. Now have it going.
At Firestone Complete Auto Care, we hold our service to the highest.
Record controls on the Wii, and this is what happened. Restricting everything. That's all low. Oh my gosh. This is the... This is the kind of craziness we're looking forward to, for sure. Jesus. I see that little bag of Cheez-Its. Ah, so glad to see it again. I'm not as crazy as he is. No way. Star, star, star. Triple star. By the way, my Duggar 120 took the weekly as an unknown message. In case you were wondering. Okay, so after it gets to me, and after I take my turn, I head downstairs to watch Jeopardy. What's this thing? Word 2016? Why Word 2016? Microsoft's going to be ending support for it. All right, Jeopardy. I don't think there's any way I'm going to be able to pay that off. Yep. All right, and this is going to become an exhibition game now. This is going to become an exhibition match now.
Wheelbarrow battleship. Going once, wheelbarrow battleship. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow symbol. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow battleship. Wheelbarrow battleship. Wheelbarrow symbol. Wheelbarrow battleship. Symbol battleship. Going once, wheelbarrow battleship. Wheelbarrow battleship. Wheelbarrow battleship. Going once, wheelbarrow battleship. Going once, wheelbarrow. Going once. Going twice. Gone. Way to go. You were the highest bidder. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings more than you. Who's going to start us off? Wheelbarrow battleship. Symbol. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Symbol. Sack of money. Battleship. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Symbol. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Symbol. Sack of money. Battleship. Symbol. Battleship. Symbol. Battleship. Symbol. Battleship. Symbol. Battleship. Symbol. Battleship. Symbol. Going once. Going twice. Gone. You are who would like to make an opening bid. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Battleship. Symbol. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Battleship. 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 Going once. Going twice. So who's going to start us off? Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Sack of money. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Symbol. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Battleship. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Going once. Going twice. So, way to go. Who's going to open the bidding? Wheelbarrow. Symbol. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Symbol. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Sack of money. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Sack of money. Going once. Wheelbarrow. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Sack of money. Battleship. Going once. Going twice. Gone. You are the find new property. Looks like 7 to me. Around the board again. Here's your $200. I don't mind paying out, as long as I got it. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. Battleship, you're out. 9. Electric company. You don't have to do better than that to sink me. It's Thimble's turn. 6 and 5, 11. $200. That's easy money.
Phew! Luckier than some people I know.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. Snake eyes. Electric company. Not the best you can do. Let's roll wheelbarrow. 12. Whacker drive. Be it ever so humble. 11. Water tower. At least it doesn't cost me nothing. Toss those cubes, battleship. 7. State Street. I own this. Oh, what? Of course I do, yes. Okay, Thimble. Good luck. You roll with a 3. Gallery District.
At least this won't cost me.
Sack of money. Show us what you can do. We got 5. Community chest. Let's see what it is. From sale of stock, you get $45. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. Eater from the Cater. Purple line. Battleship, you're out. Lucky 7. Buckingham Fountain. I own this. Oh, what? Of course I do, yes. Good luck, Kimmel. Niners. Chance. Advance to go. Collect $200. Another turn around the board. Another $200. Sack of money. Roll those dice. Looks like a 4 to me. Field Museum. Not the best you can do. It's Wheelbarrow's turn. Eater from the Cater. $200. And didn't even do anything. I'm tough. I can take it. Battleship, you're out. 10. Chance, you feeling lucky? You have been elected chairman of the board. Pay each player $50. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. You roll with a 3. East Lakeshore Drive. I own this. Oh, what? Of course I do, yes. It's Thimble's turn. 6 and 5, 11. Taylor Street.
At least this won't cost me.
Good luck, sack of money. Niners. I'll let the others find out. wheelbarrow's turn. Looks like 7 to me. If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Toss those cubes, battleship. Niner, pass go. Collect $200. It's easy.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
Thimble, you're up. Eater from the king. State Street.
At least this won't cost me.
Sack of money. Roll those dice. 6. It's wheelbarrow's turn. Lucky 7. Community chest. What'll it be? Payout or be paid? Get out of jail free. This card may be kept until needed or sold. Battleship, full speed ahead. 9. Community chest. Let's see what it is. Paid hospital, $100. It's Thimble's turn.
Let's get a move on.
6 and 5, 11.
Off to jail. Over. Good place to collect my car.
Good luck, sack of money. 11. It's wheelbarrow's turn. Half a dozen. Adler Planetarium. I'm getting in deeper. Battleship, full speed ahead. We got 10. Water tower.
Well, this is a safe harbor.
9. 10. Let's see what it is. Advance to St. Charles Place. If you pass go, collect $200. $200. That's easy money. Toss those cubes. We got 10. Good luck, sack of money. 6. Wheelbarrow, good luck, you're up. Half a dozen. Lady Peter. At least it doesn't cost me nothing. Toss those cubes, battleship. Looks like a 4 to me. Orange line.
You won't have to do better than that to sink me.
Thimble, you're up. Ace, deuce, 3. Sack of money. Show us what you can do. We got 6. You'll have to raise money by selling buildings, mortgaging property, or trading. A computer opponent is proposing a trade.
Okay, that's it for Jeopardy. Man, what a tough round of Jeopardy that was.
It's a done deal. Whacker.
Here, I'm just gonna... Actually, I'm gonna mute the game while I play catch up here with some of these things. But wow. What a tough final Jeopardy that was. 2 of them didn't even come up with an answer at all. 2 of them couldn't even come up with an answer at all. Meanwhile, Andrew was very close to getting it right, but it was in the right. I don't know what to say, ballpark or something. Like I said, I'm gonna play catch up now with these products. The next one. So yeah, pretty tough final Jeopardy, but Andrew managed to pull ahead. He's now a 6-day champion, and he'll be back tomorrow to play again. I went back on the Eeping Chief and the Zephyr in Mendota, so those are done. Oh, I see something else is done too. This thing. This guy is also fully charged. I'm going to go ahead and shut off Elkhart to save its battery power. I want to be sure I have enough battery power for tonight. And also, I decided to upgrade the visibility status to unlisted, so I can view it on my other profile. So now I can view it across all my profiles. Yeah, I find it kind of odd that WTO1 is in red mode, even though there's no severe weather occurring. Oh, wait a second. I said I was going to go back on MLS, wasn't I? I did. Alright, after I go back on these, we should be up to date. I think I stopped it too soon. There we go. We can now go ahead and unmute the game. For a while. Before I forget, let me take off Sacramento. These are my people. He likes the sound of money. Solved!
Conducted every Wednesday between 11 a.m. and noon. It has a trend severe weather on the day of the 6 a.m. Fair Weather Day. From which is the morning campaign. In the KDA
There's Hawaii. We now return to this crazy game already in progress. Oh my god, before we could even say it. Going once. Going once. Going twice. Sold. They're just bidding on every property. They're just bidding on every property on the board. Might as well get the marathon ready while we have the chance. What episode should we air? This one including today's episode. Beautiful. Sold! Oh, heck no. I am not sitting through another 2 hours of this. Well, hey, at least we got through the game, though, which is good. All right, got about 15 or so minutes before I have to go for my evening class. So let me remind you all one more time of what we got going on here before we keep going with the fun here. The floor tonight at 8, of course, Central Time, and then we'll do Deal or No Deal with Brandon at 10. Wheel of Fortune Second Edition will immediately follow. Then I'll watch the third semifinal game of Celebrity Jeopardy, and then that will wrap things up. Yeah, and then after that, we'll wrap things up for tonight. So, I'm gonna go ahead. Let's go ahead and keep this party going. All right. Back from dinner. My time is almost up here. Let's get rid of ginger so I can go back on this. Okay. There we go. Caught up now. So, like I said earlier, tonight's marathon that we have lined up for you, we're going to be airing the collection of Nostalgia Paradise episodes that have aired so far. That's only the information on the first Borealis, not the other one. I suppose the other one is taking a while to. Probably taking a while to get moving. It's probably taking probably taking a while to get moving. So I'll go ahead and shut the device off here to save battery power. And let me flip the color. Perfect. Okay. So, and it's probably time for me to get ready. I haven't gotten that far yet. I didn't get that far. Here. I probably did not get far after the fact. So we're gonna see who's gonna send out the evening test here, and then I'll just finish the rest up while we're on our way. So, I mean, that 294 video that came out amazing. That turned out amazing. I really enjoyed the outcome of how it turned out. You know, after just watching it again and again, I'm actually considering making it public now officially. But it's going to remain well, it actually is public now, but it's not fully public. It's only unlisted, so I'm sure that's the Borealis. Yep. That indeed is the Borealis, and it sounds like those Horizon cars might be back on it. Now, let's find out. All right. So, as I said, my time is almost up. Got about, let's see, 5 minutes or less, I believe. Yeah. Around that time before I have to get on my way to my evening class tonight. So, before we do, let me remind you all one more time on how the evening will play out. We're going to be starting our Nostalgia Paradise marathon in just a few moments. We'll start our Nostalgia Paradise marathon. And then when I return from my evening class, depending on how much of the floor is left to see, when I get back, I will finish that up, have my popcorn afterwards, and then we'll just mess around with some more audio clips. Well, yeah, then I gotta get caught up first with all the weeklies and such. So I'll play catch up, then we'll play around with some more audio clips and whatnot. That will then be followed by Deal or No Deal with Brandon at 10 o'clock, of course. Yeah, 10 o'clock tonight. And then that will be followed by Wheel of Fortune, second edition. And then afterward, will take care of Celebrity Jeopardy, in which this will be the third and final semifinal match before next week's championship game. And then after next week will be the start of Jeopardy Masters. In fact, I found out that will actually be in the same time slot as Jeopardy Celebrity right now. So then in 2 weeks it'll be Celebrity Wheel of Fortune at 7 p.m. right after the syndicated one, right after the pre-prime time show. And there's the Borealis. Get across! Go! Ooh. Close call. Oh my god. Wow. He had to lay on the horn. Wow. Wow, that could have ended in disaster. That could have ended in a disaster. And they would have to reroute the builder. Try to see if they could reroute the builder. Oh man. Well, that was something. Alright, time is up for me, so let me go ahead and take this, turn off wireless and Bluetooth to save battery power. You finish up Melbourne here. Alright, and I will actually just go ahead and stop everything. I'll just go ahead and stop everything. Alright. So, I'll let you all enjoy the Nostalgia Paradise Marathon, and then I will be back when I finish up the floor, play catch up, and then we will get to the rest of our Friday show. So, with that said, the Nostalgia Paradise Marathon starts right now.
Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and as you can, of course, tell by VirtualBox, we're going to be this time taking a look at the OEM install of the Acer Aspire 6530 laptop that was manufactured in early 2009. Because this was a time before Windows 7 was released, as it was released later that year. So this time, instead of that nicely decorated screen, we just get a plain gray background. And considering that this is 2009, I believe we are going to get that same recovery environment that we saw last time. And yep, exactly as I figured. Of course, the UI language is English. The difference from that other one is you can either restore from a backup or to the factory default, which of course we're going to do the factory. And of course, these are the notices. Alright, so as the restore begins, it's launching disk part. And by default, it's called MIN WinPC, and I see it already formatted the hard drive. It's giving nothing because there is no operating system, and this is a brand new hard drive, so we can hit OK. So rather than the Acer thing showing stuff, this is what I was expecting. So for the first part, it showed disk part, but now the restore is actually beginning. So of course it is going to take a while. In fact, on virtualized hardware, apparently this process goes much faster, but on an actual computer, it's going to take quite a while. And now it is ready for disk 2. And now it is ready for the third and final disk. Alright, so now it finished copying the files for the recovery partition. Now it's updating patch files. And now it's applying the image. And that is it. We didn't have to sit through copying files and stuff like that. It just did it all right away, and in literally 30 seconds, that's it. Alright, so now we will restart and we will boot into Windows for the first time. And this is the message that would be seen on Vista in later packs. So this would be seen on Service Pack 1 or 2 of Vista. It says, please wait while Windows sets up your computer. The other screen that we saw in the last episode, that was for RTM, the original release to manufacturing build without any service packs. Alright, and I believe that's it. The setup is finished. However, now we have to go through the out-of-box experience for Service Pack 1 of Windows Vista. In fact, I do actually have an HP computer that did come pre-installed with this exact same OS. This is Windows Vista Home Premium Service Pack 1, and this is in English, I can tell. There's the Acer logo. And then here is the license agreement for Vista Home and Ultimate. And this is for Acer. And now we just enter a name. I'm not sure if this is the same chest picture from XP, but I like it at the flower. Let's leave it like that. So it only comes with 3 backgrounds. I suppose Acer didn't choose anything custom, but I'll name this one Aspire 6530, and I'll leave the background setting alone for now. We'll use recommended settings, and yes, as of the time of recording,
We're in 2024. And this will be a home network. And in addition to thank you, we have a couple of other things too. In fact, actually, there's 3 of them. It says Acer has selected McAfee. You can set up McAfee, and you can set up other services as well. So basically, you can choose one of 3 services from here to set up. So you can set up McAfee from here. You can set up Earthlink Internet and Net Zero Internet. Or you can just tell it no thanks and you can set it up later. So that's what we're going to do, because we're going to take a look at all of them one at a time. So now Vista will assess the system's performance, and then we will be at the desktop. Alright, and here we are at the desktop. And there are some interesting programs on this one. But we aren't done with the installation just yet, because now it is finishing the installation by installing all remaining software. But in the meantime, we can take a look at what it actually has. So you see there's all the sign-up stuff. It doesn't look like it comes with any special backgrounds or anything right now. But I'm sure that's something that's going to happen once this Acer thing is done. We can look at some of the stuff that it has preloaded. I don't think I can move it. But we can take a look at some of the stuff it has preloaded. So we have Cyberlink Power Director. I'm assuming that's an older version. The one we were looking at last time was Power Producer, which is the DVD creator. Power Director is the movie editor. And I see it has enabled a search box on the taskbar. I see it comes with Google Desktop as well. We can look at some of the stuff here. So let's look through the start menu. We'll take a look through all of the programs one at a time later. So we have Acer Assist. The registration has an updated version of Adobe Reader. This is Adobe Reader 9. There's the Earthlink, PowerPoint Viewer 2003. They're using an older version of that. Oh my. Microsoft Works Task Launcher. There's Net Zero Internet. And that's Orion. I'll have to see what all that is. And in accessories, we don't see anything special. And apparently in this one, the Welcome Center coming up on startup has been disabled by default. And then there is the Empowering Technology folder. This, I suppose, is all the stuff that goes on that bar. And here's Acer Game Zone. So on this particular machine, it includes Agatha Christie, Peril at End House, Alice Greenfingers, Alien Shooter, Bookworm Adventures, Cake Mania, Chicken Invaders 2, Dream Day First Home, Galapagos, Go Go Gourmet, Heroes of Hellas, yeah, I think that's right, Magic Farm, Magic Match Adventures, Mystery Solitaire, Mystic Mahjong, yeah, Mahjong, Putt Mania, I think this is like miniature golf, Rise of Atlantis, Texas Hold'em, and Women's Murder Club. Apparently those are the games that are on here. And then that's the user guide for the system. This is Carbonite Online Backup. Here's Power Director I was talking about. It even comes with its uninstaller too. eSabi. Have to see what that is. And then this is about the Anytime upgrade. And I believe these are the typical Windows Vista games. Here's Google Desktop. The maintenance stuff, McAfee. And this comes with the 60-day trial of Office 2007. Has NTI Backup Now version 5, Media Maker 8. Live Call, that's like a phone dialer. Windows Live does not have its own dedicated movie maker or photo gallery because Windows Vista includes those by default. We get the typical getting started with Windows stuff, and then we have the Acer things. And then there's the empowering technology. Here it comes with the file decryptor and encryptor. So it comes with all that. So while the programs and drivers continue to install, let's take a look at some of the stuff that's actually included on here. We'll start with the Game Zone. We'll look at the Acer Game Zone console. And apparently it starts in full screen. So of course these are all of the apps that are installed on the system. Well, the ones that are included by default. And we can take a look at the games and can look at other titles. Next we have Acer Store. And it looks like it opens in Internet Explorer. So a couple of Acer pages are set by default. So this is still Internet Explorer 7. Well, pretty much the Acer Store, I think, is where you'd take a look at like upgrades or like hardware upgrades or other accessories for your system. So it looks like the Carbonite thing is not installed by default. It just includes an installer. Right. Of course, it's going to try and access the internet, but it's not going to work. And then the empowering technology shortcut. So it looks like we don't get that separate E thing, like that floating thing on the desktop. It's up here at the top now, just like that HP thing. So then here's the Acer E Audio. So you can select different audio modes for various purposes. That's where you can check your battery status and change modes, power modes. This is Acer E Data Security. That, I believe, is the encryptor. The E Settings. So here we can get system information rather than having to go into that page in Vista. So we can set a BIOS password from here. However, of course, because this is not an Acer system, it's not compatible with such. So then next we have eSobi. Looks like this is another one of those installers. So eSobi is essentially like a news kind of thing. It looks like it's a news source. So we'll go ahead and install. So it looks like it gives us a language to choose from. We're going to do English United States by default. That's the registration card. And after it says thank you, here we are. So yeah, this is essentially a news reader, which of course doesn't work. It looks kind of revolutionary too. So here you could subscribe to different news channels. It looks like it must have already put some in here for us. So let's see, there's some entries in health. So I guess this must be regularly updated. So then these are the dates and times of when they were published. And now it looks like it wants to restart to finish all those programs. And then McAfee Security Center is, well, pretty much the antivirus that Acer has chosen. Now there's like 2 of them that say, sorry, we cannot activate your product. There's like 2 messages. Let's get this out of here. There we go. Alright, let's see what this Orion is. I wonder what this is. I've never seen this before. I don't think I've ever seen Isabi or Orion. I wonder if they're still offering that program for Windows. I wonder. Considering that this is now 2024 and we have Windows 10 and 11. There's that Welcome Center again. Oh, it's out of that. So it looks like this is one of those instant messaging services. Conversort is the maker of this. We'll just go ahead and log in as the guest account. And there you can manage connections and stuff. Even has its own Acer tag. So this looks to be a trial of Power Director version 6. So it's already imported some sample photos. So we got a tulip, lily of flowers, some cherries, an aquarium, and then this windmill, which was the first to be selected. Alright, so that's everything on the desktop. As I think I saw it install Acer Arcade somewhere. Yeah, there's the rest. So next, let's look at Acer Assist. So Acer Assist is one of those updates and newsletters and stuff from the manufacturer. And this is their registration card. So that's your registration card. Let's take a look at Earthlink. So it looks like it sets up a program on the system. However, it cannot continue. So this must be Earthlink dial-up. Because literally, I think everybody was moving to wireless technology around this time. Here's Microsoft Office PowerPoint Viewer. But we don't have any presentations to look at. So that's neat that they included that. So you don't have to go into Microsoft PowerPoint and, open the presentation and then start it from there. You can just open the PowerPoint viewer and that stuff. Here is Microsoft Works, which is essentially a calendar. You can create a spreadsheet and database from there. I suppose it's like a predecessor to Access. And Net Zero, I think it's the same thing as that other one. It looks like it just goes ahead and installs it on the system. Installation or upgrade successful. To connect to the internet, click the 2 icons on the desktop. And Grid Vista. Yeah, I think Grid Vista is one of those things that you can snap windows. We'll demonstrate with these Explorer windows here. So you can see there's the sample music. I'll play one of the sample songs and I can show you a little bit around what this Grid Vista thing is. So this is, I believe, a predecessor to the Snap interface that would be used in Windows 7. So we can put the window in a grid format. And since I assume it comes with sample music, I assume it comes with sample pictures too. But I want to demonstrate that encryptor because I don't think we demonstrated it in the last episode. So here, I'm going to make a copy of Winter Leads and encrypt it. This is ES for Acer eData Security. So here's the user guide for the machine. And then we have Google Desktop. Yeah, you have to create a master password for it. So Google Desktop has its own little sidebar. Here you could get the weather conditions. This, I believe, is similar to the Windows Vista sidebar, although I think here it's been disabled. So it looks like they must have deleted the sidebar because I do not see an option for gadgets, because that is an option that would normally be present in Windows Vista. So I suppose what they did was they replaced the Windows Vista sidebar with the Google Desktop sidebar, but both either way perform basically the same thing. Here in Google, I can just type in, I can just search for things. Like here, I'll just search for myself, and of course, it would do the search in Internet Explorer, which doesn't work. And I just saw McAfee Site Advisor. So you could search the web, or you can search your desktop, which searches the desktop through Internet Explorer as well. So the Launch Manager is the buttons on the system. So the Launch Manager is just like the one on my Inspiron 5520 laptop. If you press a certain button, it'll perform an action of your selection. By default, when you press the E, it opens the Empowering Technology bar, and then when you press the little Saturn icon, it opens up the internet browser. It'll be different depending on which default browser you have, whether it be Internet Explorer or Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, just to name a few. Let's see what other kind of gadgets they have. So let's look at their gallery. So they have, they have wet clips. And I suppose this is the news. It also has an analog clock. I think the analog clock on here looks a little cooler than usually on Vista. So there's a to-do list. You can look at the stocks. Orchid birthdays. Interesting. And of course you can take a look at your email. Google Talk, which of course does not work because you need a separate program for that. And then Quick View shows recent files. And then you can look at map listings. And then you can monitor system performance, which comes up right here. And then this, you can look through all of them. And these are all of them that are on here. And then of course these are all separated by category. Hence, so with that, we have come to the end of our look at the Acer Aspire 6530 laptop. So, in the next episode, we will be taking a look at yet another Acer machine. I don't know what time period it's going to be from. Maybe from the same time period, but who knows? But, until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and we are back here in my office, and this is going to be a very interesting scenario. So, in this episode, we're going to be taking a look at the Acer E-series of machines, the E5573, the E5773G, and the E5574G. So, we'll just watch them all boot. And it looks like this one failed. So on this disc here, we get the choose keyboard layout. However, this is interesting. We get the option that says go back to the previous version. So I'm not sure if this is not a restore. But we don't see reset this PC, so that's a big problem. So I guess this is just a Windows repair disk and not a bootable CD. Well, there's no operating system, so it's not going to work. So yeah, command prompt does nothing, system image, and the firmware settings, well, yeah, we really can't do much with this one. We actually had the same problem with the Acer Nitro 5 in the last episode. Now, however, this says that there's no disk drive found. And it just... I believe the hard disk is not in the proper compatibility settings, so let's see if TrueImage detects a disk now so we can start. And meanwhile, this thinks that this other disk is unbootable. Oh, this thing I'm using is VMware Player. This is not Workstation, which gives additional options. And speaking of this, now that we set the disk to SATA, it'll now work. So, we'll begin the restoration of this system. So, I'm going to hook up a flash drive containing the image. And it is under removable drive D, and here is our file. So we'll hit next. We're going to recover the entire disk and the partitions. So this is disk 4. We're going to restore everything. So it says there's no partitions to display. So maybe we have to go and create partitions first. So let's go to add new disk. So we're going to have to add a new disk first. We're going to initialize in the master boot record. And now we will proceed with creation. And now we'll be able to restore the disk. And now we'll select the entire disk. And there is now our unallocated space. So we'll hit accept. We'll hit next. We're going to restore to this drive here, the unallocated space, and proceed. Okay, and as soon as the operation finishes, reboot. But wait, let's try the other one. But you know what? Let's try this one as well. Let's see if setting it to SATA will allow it to go. As maybe that was the mistake I made in those other disks. So let's boot it up and try again, and let's see what result we get on this one. While that boots, we still do not have an option. So that tells me that this is a repair disk and it's not intended for recovery. And yes, indeed, that other disk is unbootable. So now we are just left with this computer. So we'll just head over to that and we'll take it from there. So, same problem as before, except this copy of Windows 10 is in Russian, and apparently the recovery does not want to proceed. Because again, this is a repair disk. This is not meant to be a full installer for Windows 10. So, yeah, that's the stark reality of Acers nowadays. So, well, we're going to try it again with the ES series next time, so we'll see how that goes. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everyone, it is nostalgia time once again, and this is the third episode of our HP mini-series. So, this episode we have a Windows 7 HP. It looks like a... So here we have an HP Windows 7 installation with drivers. I'm not sure if it's a standard installation or not, and I didn't even swap out the disk beforehand. So let's set. Alright, that should be the correct one. And then we have the HP Pavilion DV2A45SC, which already has a hard drive partition. So it should just boot to the restore partition right away. And yes, it does. We have VDRS. Is it on auto detect or is it loading? It is loading VDRS. Okay. And then we have an HP 14 with Windows 8. The EliteBook 845. And then there's one more missing. The DC7600, which came in a ghost file. And like we've done previously, I'm going to be using Symantec Ghost to do all of that. Yes, the partition sizes are correct, and proceed. And then it'll prompt us for disk 2 when that time comes. So, yes, agree to Service Pack 1 and install the operating system. And this guy is still loading here. Because rather than downloading a ghost file, now rather than using the ghost disk from the Internet Archive, I'm using the bootable CD from the TravelMate 2600 to start the initial restore. So of course we can type restore and it'll launch. And next, to proceed, yes, we're going to restore the system, and off that goes. And here is Windows 8 in Chinese, and we will install Windows. You have to put in a product key in order for it to work, so, I mean, it doesn't provide a product key, so it's not going to work. See, my flash drive appears. Yes, here's the ghost file. We're going to restore it to the hard drive. Yep, primary C drive. Yes, proceed. And now it is restoring. It is only 1 gig in size, so It's not going to take that long at all. All right. And now the restore is done. And now we are loading into the out-of-box experience here. Meanwhile, let's see how all the other ones are doing. Windows 10 is still taking its time at 16. You see Windows 7 is almost done copying over its files. Well, it's already copied its files, it's expanding them. The VDRS is 3/4 of the way done. We'll be ready for the next disk soon. The DV2845, boy, is really taking a while. And there's that beautiful animation. It says, "Thank you for purchasing this computer from Apple Corporation." And I can tell this is an Italian copy. Let's see. Wonder if we can do what we've done before. Try to change it to United States. It doesn't show up as an Italian. I'll just leave it. Let's leave it as it is. Let's just set it to America Central. There we go. This is Tablet PC Edition 2004. Set to both terms and conditions. Sure, go ahead and try to update Windows. Skip this part. Press finish. It reads, "Thank you. The software has been installed successfully." Well, a startup sound playing before even the XP logo fades in. That's a first. A Iniciaro Windows. This apparently is a Portuguese copy of Windows 7. And there is the HP copy, which pretty much just looks like all those other HP copies. Well, some of them that we have seen previously. If we go into System Properties, this is Service Pack 2 of XP Pro. And of course, I don't expect too many programs. However, I do see some extras. So, we have a Broadcom driver. Looks like we have an advanced control suite here, which basically just gives some information about the adapter. There's the Sonic Sign Player, Cineplayer, Sign Player, whatever it is. And I see it's already detected our English layout, so we can use the international icon here to switch it to English, which it does not want to do for some reason. Now let's look around. We also have the games. I see we have a couple of extra ones here. What's this one? The icon looked so much different, so it looks like this must be it looks like a rebranded Minesweeper. Because the Minesweeper icon is not the one that I remember from US copies of XP or other versions of XP internationally. And now, this is when VDRS asks for the third disc. So we'll go ahead and throw that in, we'll keep it going. But yeah, as I was saying, this Minesweeper icon is not what I remember. So to me, it looks like it's a flower. It looks like a flower of some kind. But of course, Minesweeper plays just as it is. I'm guessing these are supposed to be grenades or mine icons, but they've changed them. But otherwise, nothing to see there. We have Roxo's Cineplayer here. I believe this is the one I was supposed to open initially. I believe this is one of those pieces of software that has like a trial on it because it says remaining trial 2. It's saying register your software for 24/7 technical support and additional functionality. So, yeah, see, this is mostly in English. So, pretty much this is just like a DVD player. You could just put a DVD in there. Although Windows Media Player has similar functionality. And I'm guessing this is for .NET Framework, Remote Assistance, and HP Protect Tools is on here too. I believe this is one of the first implementations of such. So you can configure a BIOS password, and you can also have it log in with other things like smart cards and everything like that. Reminds me a little bit of the Sun Java thing that I saw a while back. And what do we have here? HP Mac. This is for a modular keyboard. And this is for some of the remaining apps on the device. Anyway, while this guy may be done, I might want to go ahead and put Falcon 4 into here. So I can fix the issue that has been most common with all these ghost things. Mainly the hard drive controller, which it'll blue screen with the 0x7B error. So I might want to get that fixed before continuing. So it looks like this just installed a client. And the 7 one looks done, and interestingly, this one's the Ultimate Edition. But either way, we'll name it the same way, and we'll call it, I'll name this Ultimate 7 HP. So it looks like this is just a standard retail copy of Windows 7. I'll just leave them all as it is. So it looks like this is just a standard retail copy of Windows 7 Ultimate with some HP drivers thrown in, specifically for the Elite Book. I don't know if it's going to come with any software, considering it looks like it's a retail copy, but we will find out when we reach the desktop. Not only is this RTM Service Pack 1, but it is in English. And then we have the HP Assistant, and I can already tell there is no sound. So interestingly, this is a Voodoo machine. I don't know why we're including Voodoo here, but I guess we might as well get Voodoo over with the HP, so I guess this is a little add-on bonus. So this is of course an English copy of XP Home. It looks like HP Home RTM. Now, I have actually never seen this before in an out-of-box experience on XP. You are asked to put the product key after you install Windows. It kind of reminds me back in the Windows 9X days where even before you finish installing Windows, you have to put the certificate of authenticity key, which would be included in a little card that comes with the copy of Windows that you would purchase back in the day. And computer manufacturers also do the same thing. They include the specific key with certain products. And just like Windows 8, I can put in random keys and it will not take it. You can't continue to install the OS or continue setting up the OS without a valid product key. So, yeah, unfortunately, we cannot do that. Let's just go ahead and hit shut down on that. And I didn't even test the initial installation process beforehand, so it was kind of a neat experience too. So here's HP's Help and Support Center, where you can of course get drivers if it doesn't work anymore. And I think that's it. Oh, here we go. Here's the Mac software. It assigns shortcuts to specific keys on the keyboard that came with the computer. So like for instance, you can have K1 set to home, and we have to press, I guess we can name a configuration, but it looks like everything's grayed out because we don't have that specific keyboard connected. But of course you can assign different actions to it. Like for instance, you can have the home button load your home page on Internet Explorer. You could have the search button do search. Well, this is all by default. And then of course volume up and volume down and mute, which my Logitech keyboard has these functions. So that's a look at this one. So now let's turn our attention over to this copy of Windows 7. And just as I expected, it is just a standard retail copy of Windows 7 with what apparently looks like an activated Ultimate Edition. So it looks like the Ultimate Edition was already activated from the factory. That's pretty cool. And there is the beloved Just a Moment screen from Windows 10 with those spinning dots that Microsoft didn't even bother changing with Windows 11. Not even 24H2, because Microsoft had released it about a week ago as of the time of recording. And yet still, with that new update, they have not changed the spinning dots at all, except for the boot screen. That happened in 23H2, if I remember. But of course, your typical Windows 10 out-of-box experience. English, US, and we have the UK keyboard layout by default, but I'm going to switch it to United States. No, we're not going to add a second keyboard layout. From here, I can press I don't have internet. And here's their thing about the full setup with a Microsoft account, which we are not allowing. I mean, it's nice here that Microsoft allows you to create a local account in Windows 10. However, in Windows 11 now, you're essentially forced to use a Microsoft account in order to set up Windows. And I also found out that they finally stopped the loopholes of essentially everything. And what I mean by loopholes, the weird and random Microsoft accounts like NoteThankYou.com, A&A.com, that kind of stuff. So now you're essentially forced to use a legitimate Microsoft account in order to set up Windows 11. And I've heard many people say things about the pros and cons of using a Microsoft account on Windows. And I even heard one express many concerns, particularly in relation to security and other things. Let Cortana help you get things done. Sorry, Cortana, make way for Microsoft Copilot. the AI in Windows 11. And I see because the hard drive got messed up, now we do not have anything. We don't have Ghost, we don't have anything like that, so essentially we can't run the script on here, but I see we do have a disk C. So even if we can't boot into Windows, what we can do is we can just look inside here and see what was installed. I must be in the Windows folder, am I? We can look at program files and x86 and we can see what it installed. So we have the A.2K, which looks like we have a logo. Because this is a boot disk, we can't really seem to load anything. And then AWS, it looks like this must be the WeatherBug gadget. So this is the WeatherBug gadget for Vista. Inside of common files, this looks like it has Norton security. It looks like Norton 2006, I believe. Considering I saw a publication date of 2008, I'm assuming that this is going to be Norton 2007. This is the codexed audio. Is that how it's pronounced? I don't know. In this folder, we have the HP Quick Touch with its icon. So it looks like this must have been one of those touchscreen computers. And I see we have a 30-day trial of Office 2007, I believe. So we have a MSO example setup file. And we can't really find a program to open it with because this is just a trimmed down version of XP. That's the movie maker from Vista. And the online services, Mercado apparently was linked to by default. And I see we have an eBay icon. And Symantec. This is the folder for 2007, which looks blank. And then the rest of them are just the essential components of Vista. And this here contains the rest of the bloatware. So this is Office 2007, as I said. We have Adobe Reader 8. AOL Instant Messenger version 6. I see Earthlink is on here, and we got a bunch of Cyberlink components, like stuff that Dell's been including. So we have Cyberlink's UCAM. We have Power Director, which of course is the video editor, but I don't think we can run any of this stuff from within the boot disk. But I'm curious to see if we can. Let's find out. Nope, because this is a boot disk, there isn't really any essential components to allow any other programs or external apps to run. So I see we have Earthlink, the total access panel. And this folder, I believe, contains the stuff here. The wireless assistant, the info center, health check, active support. So essentially a ton of HP components. And in here we have HP's other software. And then HP games. These are all the games that are included on the machine out of the factory. So I see we have Bejeweled 2 Deluxe. So this is what starts the game, which will not start. The game is not properly installed. Please reinstall. I see we got Peggle. We got Peggle. I really enjoyed Peggle back in the day, but it's too bad PopCap isn't even making compatible mobile apps anymore for these newer versions of iOS or Android. I mean, that Plants vs. Zombies game, I actually still have that, but I don't even touch it much now. Here's some more components for the info center. And I see we have movie on here. Here's Norton's Sling Media. Is this like a predecessor to Sling TV? Sling Box. Requires MSX ML3 or later. But I also see Slingo, Shooting Stars Pool I see. And as before, there's the WinTV component, which I'm guessing there must be a driver for the WinTV component, which I believe would be integrated into Windows Media Center. But WinTV, that name sounds kind of familiar. Or is that affiliated with WebTV? I must be thinking about the wrong thing, because the live TV component in Windows, I must be thinking of the wrong thing, because WinTV is a driver that's being used here. I was thinking about the WebTV component that was included in Windows 98. Was it in 98 first edition or was it second edition? I can't remember, but I believe it was second edition. So then we have the setup folder, which contains all of the other stuff. So I'm guessing these are all installers for all the programs and whatnot. So yeah, that's really everything on this one. So I guess since we can't proceed any further, let's just restart. Let's see if Startup Repair will be able to fix it. I highly doubt it, but because Vista was the first OS to include such functionality, let's see if it will. And we can see the Elite Book 845 is done. And right away, we're greeted with the new updated Chromium-based version of Microsoft Edge. And this is an older version too. Because if we go to settings, oh no, we're supposed to go to about. We're supposed to go to About Edge. There we go. And you can see version 84 is preloaded on here. The latest version is like version 100 or something. And I see Microsoft Teams is also preloaded. And looking at the components, this looks like it's just a standard copy of Windows 10 without any sort of bloatware from the manufacturer or anything like that. And if we run WinVer, this is Windows 10 Pro 20H2 with a dot number of 572. So it said it was last modified on June 8th of 2020. So it looks like it must include the June 2020 monthly security update for the OS. And of course I see that it cannot repair. Well, that's a shame. But hey, at least we got a few more HPs out of the way. So we've got some more as we get ready for part 4 of our HP mini-series. And that will be next time. Until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. It is nostalgia time once again, and we are back with the second ThinkPad, or actually, as I should say, the first ThinkPad I got last year. The one with the missing track point and a bulged keyboard. Yeah, that's very bulged. So, in our little mini-series of replacing computer hard drives and upgrading them to solid states, so far, the other ThinkPad has been the only one to have its hard drive successfully replaced as of now. We tried to do it in the last episode on the Latitude, however, this solid-state drive was too thick for it. The mechanical hard drive was too thin. Oh yeah, and that reminds me of the first thing we're going to do. So in this episode, we are going to try to see if we can upgrade the other ThinkPad's mechanical hard drive to a solid-state drive. And in addition to that, we're going to see how well this thing runs Windows 11. I'm sure this thing will perform as similarly to the other one because both of them have the same specs, or nearly the same specs. Except when I got them, the hard drive types were different. But of course, the only difference is that this one, if you remember, did not come with an operating system at all. And the other one already had St. Joseph's Windows 10 Education Edition installed. So all I did was I just removed the solid state from that and put it in there. But if I have to go as far as using that thin solid state drive, then that's what I'll do. Oh, look at this. Get even more out of Windows. You'll be on your way to enjoying the full experience. Well, we won't be enjoying the full experience on this thing for much longer. So, before we get to work replacing the hard drive, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove this machine from our antivirus subscription, which actually will no longer be renewed after this year. So yeah, these are all the drivers that I downloaded from Lenovo's website. So we're going to go ahead and remove this program here. This is so we can implement the first stage of detaching this from our subscription before this hard drive is transferred elsewhere. I'm not sure if its VPN counterpart's going to uninstall along with this as well, but we're going to see. So this is the full screen override that Kaspersky does when changes are being made. So it says, are you sure you want to remove it? Yes, I would like to remove the program. Now that full screen override was the first step in preparing the removal. So this here is where you would save your activation code. Well, I already have that saved. Yes, we're going to clear the license information. So we're going to hit next. And yes. So we are completely removing the program. And I believe, just like with the installation of this program, this will require a reboot. And now if we open up the Start menu, everything should be disappearing. And there we go. Now Windows security defaults back to Microsoft Defender because Kaspersky's has been removed. Let's see if we could still try to open the main program while it's removing. I'm curious. Ooh, is it saying it's going to try to load while it's removing? So now it is deregistering the program because I told it not to save the license information. That is because this hard drive will be going into another computer. This is the first step of our transition away from Kaspersky, as the software is no longer receiving security updates as of September of last year. So there we go. Now it has undone the registration, and now it's in the final stages. So it looks like the VPN counterpart was a separate component. So let's remove that as well. We are not saving anything. And now we're removing the VPN counterpart. And it looks like that's done too, because now it appears to have opened up a survey page. So if I move this over, the survey is asking why we decided to remove. It still has the old name too, Secure Connection. It's not called Secure Connection anymore. It's now called Kaspersky VPN, but it won't be for that reason. And how obvious, a new version of Microsoft Edge. They're always making sure that everybody's keeping up with all the latest updates on these browsers. Both components have been removed entirely. We're actually not going to be rebooting. We're actually going to be shutting it down, because now it's time for the main event. So first thing is we're going to go ahead and pop out the battery for good measure. Now, let's see if I remember where the hard drive is. Oh my goodness, these screws are even more rusty than that other one. So let's see, I think there are 3 screws that need to be removed. So let's see, this should be where the hard drive is. Everything that's in here is still original. So there we go. The cover has been taken off. So let's hope we have better luck this time with that HP solid state than on the Latitude. But more importantly, we need to keep the screws together. All right, so now we will pull the tab. So now we'll use the pull tab to maybe there was another screw that needed to be detached in order to. And there we go. All right, it is out. Let's make sure that the solid state and the mechanical are both the same size. So, yep, I think it'll fit. So there we go. This is a Hitachi let's see, what's the storage on this drive? Let's see. Looks like it was manufactured in January of 2008. It's a 160 gigabyte drive. So we're also about to give this a big storage boost, because remember, this one is 512 gigs. So let's hope for the best on this one. So now we're going to take off all 4 screws. So there's the first one. And off goes screw number 2. And we'll go to the other side to take off screw number 3. And there that goes. And finally, screw number 4. And there we go. All off. And now, if I remember correctly how to do this, we can just go ahead and pull it off the caddy. There we go. So here are the size differences between both drives. So I think we will have much better luck with this one. So now, with the HP drive in, assuming it'll fit, so now it's in nice and tight. So now all we just do is fit it in. Now, what we'll do is we will now just go ahead and latch both of these screws on, back onto the back onto the computer. So we'll put the screws that latch the hard drive in place. All right, we've latched the screws from the hard drive back into place. Make sure that thing is fully in. And now we will close the cover. So we'll go ahead and put the cover back on. So the hard drive is in. Now, all we can do is just go ahead and reinstall the battery and lock it into place. And now, all we can do is just plug it in. And now let's turn it on so it can process the system changes. And while it does that, let me grab my flash drive of Windows 11. And there we go. The system changes have been reconfigured. And it detected the SSD. And it also detected the USB. Okay. So now we are ready to install Windows on this laptop. And in addition to that, this hard drive we just took out is gonna go in this old fella right here. This Acer Travelmate 2300 from 2005. So here are the original specs of this machine. Oh boy, I am curious to see how poor Windows 10 will perform on this. And then in terms of that computer, I actually have several ideas in mind. One idea is I would like to try out ReactOS, which is actually sort of like a mod of Windows. It's been in alpha development since 1996, and it is still being updated to this day, which is impressive. Another thing I'm thinking is maybe putting Linux Ubuntu onto there so then it can run more safely in the modern age. And it looks like we have an error here. Looks like we've got an error. It says Windows cannot be installed. This computer's hardware may not support booting to this disk. Insert of the disk controller is enabled in the BIOS. So, yeah, see, this is why. So we can't create a new partition. Okay, so all I needed to do was reboot the system because I must have plugged the flash drive in right after the configuration was changed and the installation utility didn't completely process the changes. And now it is installing Windows. So while we let Windows reinstall, it is time to replace the hard drive inside of this Acer Travelmate computer. Now, like with that Dell, it's actually pretty easy. All you just need to do is remove these two screws and we will gain access to its original hard drive. All right, the cover is off. And now out comes our beauty right here. This guy, the Hitachi Travelstar, its original hard drive, September of 2004. Man, this is a pretty old drive. And now with the hard drive back together, all we can just do now is just fit it back into place like so. All right, will it fit? So no, the drive does not fit. And the reason why is because this is a newer pin connector type, as this is using an older type from the early 2000s. So, unfortunately, we will not be able to resurrect this computer, so that is very unfortunate. So until we find a hard drive that fits with the connector types of the 2000s, I'm sorry to say that we will not be able to revive this computer the way I was hoping, which is such a shame. because I remember it so much. But at least I have a spare drive, and it still has Windows 10 on it, and I'll just keep 10 on there until I'm ready to preserve it for something else. So, anyway, let's set this up. So, of course, the US is our country, and of course, the US is our keyboard layout. We will not add a second layout. And now this is where it's going to ask for Wi-Fi connectivity. And yep, there's the thing there that says I don't have internet. So we're going to continue with limited setup. And there we go. This is what I should have done. So now I'll just go ahead and put in my usual credential information. And almost there, and here's the desktop. It's not going to load anything because we're not connected to a network at this time. But we are going to go ahead and connect to one right now. Since we do not have the proper drivers, it's not doing the rounded corners. But we will be having those a little later on. So let's go to activation, and it should have taken the key. Yep, activated with a digital license. Alrighty, so we are in business with this machine. However, like I said, there are some final things we have to do. Because right now, this is running build 2861, and there is a newer security update available. So we're going to update the system, and it looks like that's what it's already doing. So it's going to scan for updates, install the drivers, and everything else like that. So now that we are connected, I'm going to do the same thing like I did with that other one. And you've already seen the entire process of that, so I'm not going to make you all sit through that whole procedure again. So the only difference in this procedure is that I will not be putting any sort of third-party antivirus software onto the system, whether it's Avast or anything else for that matter. And that is because Kaspersky has been banned in the United States. So until we find a new provider, this machine will not have any sort of third-party antivirus software on it whatsoever, and we'll just use the Microsoft Defender by default on Windows 11. So with that said, in our next episode, I am looking to bring that old HP desktop from 2012 back to bring it to a much faster working computer, because that thing has not been used since 2020. Actually, multiple things I'm actually looking to do with it. First, I'm looking to create a recovery backup with DVDs, like I should have done with that Vostro before I put Windows 10 on it. And then second will be to replace the hard drive and put an SSD into it. And then we'll see how well this thing runs Windows 11 with a solid state drive and no hardware changes. But oh boy, I am curious to see how it all goes. So, until next time, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and in our last episode, we took a look at the Aspire X series of laptops. So, this time around, we're beginning our 2-episode process of officially finishing off the Acer series of computers. And it all begins with a look at the Aspire 7250, which, just like the Aspire X3400, came with Windows 7 Home Premium 64. So at this point, we know what the setup screens are going to look like, so let's just skip right to the out-of-box experience after this time-lapse. So, about 2 hours later, we're finally at the out-of-box experience on this one. So this is a much newer model, judging by the newer Acer logo. And this should be Service Pack 1. I will call this Aspire 7250. Considering that that is the new logo, yep, that indeed is Service Pack 1. We will set it to Central Time. And yes, the time is actually correct. And now to the desktop. Alright, so another 30 minutes later and all that software has been installed. So here we are at the desktop. And already I like the picture they chose by default for this. So pretty much these are the same exact programs that we've been seeing on all those other Acers. Like this Netflix shortcut here, ClearFi, all the games. Speaking of the games, let's see what they have included. There's Adobe Reader 10, and there's Foos Kids, which we actually took a look at earlier in the series. We tried to take a look at it, but unfortunately their servers are long dead. And there's all the Live Essentials that comes pre-installed. I believe the version of Live Essentials on here is 2012. Or is this still Live Essentials 2011? Well, we'll find out when it actually starts. But until then, let's take a look elsewhere. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have the proper video driver. But no big deal. There's Windows Live stuff. As I said earlier, we got the full version of Skype. It looks like NTI Backup Now is no longer included. We now have NTI Media Maker version 9 included on this. There's Norton's Online Backup. There's the News Espresso, McAfee's Family Protection. And then these are all the games that are included both from Acer and what is included by default in Windows 7. So there's Virtual Villagers and Zuma and Wedding Dash and Slingo and all that good stuff. Dual Match 3, I believe that is... It doesn't look like it wants to show a description, but I'm guessing it's one of the many Match 3 games that are out there, like Candy Crush and etc. Well, Candy Crush, just to name one of them. It's got to look for an update before that tool launches for the first time. There's Evernote, which requires a sign-in. There's the WinLocker, ClearFi. Here's the user guide for the system. So why don't we take a look at that user guide. So there's Adobe Reader 10 from 2011. First, let's look at the screensaver it installed to the system. So there's the spinning Acer logo, and then it shows the slideshow of the backgrounds. Essentially, these are actually the same ones that came with the machine. Yeah, this is why I don't like emulating 64-bit OSs on virtual machines. I prefer the 32-bit architecture. But nonetheless, so it looks like it does come with 2 other wallpapers, and I believe we have seen many of them already. And we gotta accept the terms and conditions in order to view that document. And here's the third one, which is in black. I do actually like all those backgrounds, but we're going to set it back to the blue that we had earlier. So here is the user guide for the system. It looks like it does show it in multiple languages. It shows it in English, French, Spanish. It talks about replacing the battery pack, hazards and Energy Star compliance and safety measures and all that stuff. And then how you should take care of the major components of the computer. And then talking about the FI Media Center and everything like that on the system. So yeah, essentially a basic overview of the device. Let's see what Dual Match 3 is about. And I can tell that this is an updated Wild Tanget menu, considering that this is 2011. So this is actually a free full version. However, it is free for, I believe, about 2 or 3 sessions, as I explained earlier on in the series. However, we have a exception access violation error and the game fails to start. That could most likely be because there is no proper video driver on the system. And once a proper video driver is installed, then we will be able to run the game. So unfortunately, we can't take a look at that, but that's alright. Because that brings this episode to a close. So, in our next episode, we are going to officially conclude the massive series of Acers that began back in like episode 27. So that was a long time ago when we last started this whole thing, and we're finally nearing the end. So, until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode. Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again. So in the last episode, we tried to install 3 separate Acer E5 machines. However, all of those had many problems. One of them was unbootable, and 2 of them ended up booting to a system CD with no option to restore the system. Or if there was an option to restore the system, we would not be able to restore it. I've tried it with the ES series, which yielded the same problem, and there were a few other discs I tried after that. However, none of those seemed to get us that far. So, in this episode then, we're going to be finishing up the KAV series of Acers, this one being the KAV60, which, like with many of these, came with Windows XP's 3rd Service Pack. Either Service Pack 2 or Service Pack 3. We're going to find out when the restore is done. Well, I guess I was wrong. I was thinking about a previous KAV that we did, but instead we get Windows 7 Starter entirely in English. So I'll name this Aspire 1 KAV60. We'll skip the password. This is 7 Starter RTM with no service packs. We'll set it to Central Time, of course, and now to the desktop. And yep, here's the same registration card and McAfee message that we've been used to seeing. Alright, here we are at the desktop. And right away, of course, these are the same programs that we've been used to seeing throughout all these Acers. This is Acer's newer games tool. We also have Acer Assist, well, we know what that is already. Adobe Reader version 9 is included here. We've also got, of course, Acer's recovery stuff, the user guide. Here's the WinLocker, the Isabi, and these are the games from both Acer and Microsoft. This one's also got Wheel of Fortune 2 and Scrabble pre-installed. The Bob the Builder and Dora. We were going to try and play both of those games, but we never got that far. There's the Matrix console, and, well, the rest of them are just the usual stuff. Games as low as $6.99 when you pay with the Wild Tanget Wows Club. So yeah, why don't we try playing two solitaires at once? The solitaire on Windows 7 and the solitaire here, but that's really all we get because we don't get any special backgrounds since this is Windows 7 Starter. So if we look at screensaver, I suppose we will not get any special ones. Yep, as I figured. Or maybe it hasn't installed it yet. But just out of curiosity, let's just see if any other backgrounds are included, even though this is starter. And yes, indeed, we do not get any special backgrounds since this is Windows 7 Starter Edition. But while we are here, I'm going to actually adjust the resolution a little bit. Let's raise it to 1024 by 768 so that way we can see more of what's on the screen. So there we go. We got a little bit more screen space now. So we'll go into the standard Windows 7 games and we'll open up the solitaire tool. And of course this is giving an error because we don't have a proper video driver on the system. I win. Yes, those people. I can't even click anything because the mouse is just going haywire. Yeah, I can't even really do anything with it because it's just so bad. I hope Scrabble isn't the same story. We did try to play that game earlier on in the series. And we don't get any sound here because there are no proper... And we don't get any sound here because there are no audio drivers on the system. Yep, we'll go ahead and we'll start Scrabble. And of course it's got to extract its files because we're running it for the first time. So essentially now it's just an unedited version of Solitaire on Windows 7. Yeah, this is already going very, very slow. Hence why everything's taking longer than it usually does to load. And I see Scrabble is all ready for us. Yep, and I see it's ready. So let's just go ahead and hit play and see if we can try and do Scrabble and Solitaire simultaneously. But unfortunately, since there are no proper audio drivers, we're not going to be able to hear any sound from the game. But yeah, let me show you that this is Windows 7 Starter. And yep, there it is. 7 Starter RTM. Let's see if I can do the snap. Nope. Welcome to Scrabble. Please enter your name. Well, we know how the game works. Let's just play the classic game. Versus a beginner. What's the solitaire mode? Oh, the solitaire mode is just a solo game. This is against a computer, and this is against another human opponent. So let's just play against the computer. So no, you cannot. So technically, it is possible to play Scrabble and Solitaire both simultaneously. However, the game only can. However, for Scrabble, it'll only play when you're inside the window. If you're outside the window, then the game is paused and it cannot continue until you go back and acknowledge it. Doesn't look like there's an autocomplete option on this Solitaire. But I think we've pretty much finished up the whole thing. Well, this game's running great. I didn't want to move the jack. So that shows the scores for each of the words. So that's essentially solitaire on the, I guess, medium difficulty. And there we go. Finished the game. Rav is not in the dictionary. Not going to try Han as in Han Solo. So yeah, that's essentially what Scrabble is. So, well, that's basically it. So, and we already know what live essentials are going to be included in this. So yeah, that's it. So in our next episode, we're going to take a look at the Aspire X series of machines. But until then, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
Hey everybody, it is nostalgia time once again, and as you can tell, I am actually up here in my office with a completely different setup. So as the time I am recording this episode, it is the day after Christmas of 2023, and I have just gotten done opening up all my Christmas gifts. Yeah, you can see there's still some reorganization to do. I've still got some stuff to clear out and everything like that. But I want to take a break from that for just a moment because we're going to take a look at an OEM Restore disc that is an HP Pavilion A320N that was manufactured in the year 2003. So considering that it was made at that time, it came with Windows XP Home Edition Service Pack 1. Because Service Pack 1, I think, came out that same year, or it came out in, yeah, because I think Service Pack 1 came out in 2002. Now, this is actually a special custom restore disc that I found off the Internet Archive, because this one bypasses the pre-boot checks and everything else like that. In fact, this is actually the exact same computer that my grandparents actually have. Well, one of my grandparents, that is, and I have a picture of that right here on my phone. See, this is what the computer looks like now. This is actually the model. In fact, that actually still has its original recovery partition on the hard drive. And I mean, that computer has not been used in years. In fact, you know, I turn it on every once in a while, and, you know, I'd play a bunch of, you know, computer games from back in the day, like Backyard Baseball 2001 that we do every Thursday night on my Plainfield TV network, a classic Jumpstart game, and yes, I grew up with that game on XP, and it worked just well. And in fact, I even tested that exact same game on Windows 10, and it worked just fine. Boy, I'm impressed that a game from the early 2000s works on a 2015 OS. And yes, this is my old desktop computer, which has Windows 10 still on it. And I just got done upgrading my new system. So now it's fully complete, because now I have new speakers, I have a whole new monitor, which I cannot do the webcam on anymore, sadly. But I do have bigger plans for this computer, but I want to do a nostalgia episode with it before I do any sort of restore or anything like that on it. So what it meant by bypassing the boot check, it didn't give options like saying, like, welcome to System Restore, what do you want to do? Do you want to run Windows XP System Restore from this disk, or do you want to start HP System Recovery and keep your data, or just wipe everything all together? So instead here, it just ends up formatting the hard drive and just immediately begins System Recovery or System Restore. And I have never actually seen this screen in person, like even on physical hardware. I've never seen this screen before, because I don't think a system recovery has actually been done on that particular model of computer before. Yeah, I shouldn't also forget to mention that this is a 256 gig drive, so I don't know how much time we're going to get with this VM. Because I mean, I did double up on the storage of my new system, so now I have much more space. So now what I'm doing with my virtual machines is I'm storing the ones that I commonly use on there, and then I'm putting other ones, and then I'm just leaving the rest on a new external hard drive, which I also got for Christmas, and I'm still copying over the files from the old one. I'm probably going to make it a disk package drive when that thing is all done. And speaking of all done, this thing is done. So it's finalizing, and then it'll say it is ready to restart, and there we go. All right, so we'll go ahead and we'll restart. However, we are not ready to boot into the out-of-box experience just yet. You can tell that is the startup screen for XP RTM Service Pack 1. But we are not done yet, because there is actually more to this than just that. Because this is HP's Code Purple system that they have, where it'll determine like, hey, this is not an HP computer, you cannot continue the setup. However, I did actually find a way to get around this. I'm actually going to be using the leaked pre-release build of Windows 11. In fact, this is build 21996. That was leaked in July of 2021. But either way, the process is the same whether we do this or Windows 7. So we'll go to troubleshoot and command prompt. And I'm just going to open a notepad window. And then I'll go to open. And these are the contents of the disk. So we want to go to HP Pavilion, which is the C drive. And this folder right here is called SysPrep. This contains a lot of the factory stuff, the out-of-box experiences and everything like that. And this is most likely what contains the error. So we'll just delete this folder from the C drive. It is gone. So we just delete the SysPrep folder. And now all we do is eject the disk and restart the system. And now, with the SysPrep folder gone, we will now be able to load into the out-of-box experience and complete the setup. And we get to hear that lovely music. And there you go. It says, thank you for purchasing this computer from HP featuring Windows XP. And of course, there's the default question mark. There was a special assistant that would guide you through the setup, through the out-of-box experience. Around the time when this came out, I think it was like Service Pack 1 or so. Well, later on in 2002 and 2001, when this OS was like new. But yeah, so this is going to be a little different. That sound system is working because I can hear the title.wma sound file going through the speakers. Yes, I still have my old speakers connected. These are all correct. We are in Central Time. And then just like that other install, the Acer that we took a look at a while back, this is the license agreement for Windows XP Home, and this is the agreement for HP. We can type in a computer name. I'm just going to leave it Nastag HP. I'm going to call it Nastag HP. And now it's waiting to see if it'll make a connection to the internet. We're going to skip that one. And this is HP's registration card. So we're going to skip this part. Yes, although you can register this later, I'm going to tell it no because this is a virtual machine. And then it says, thank you, you're ready to go. Here's what you just accomplished. So this talks about to finish setting up, you open the internet access thing in the start menu, and then it tells you thank you for purchasing, and then we'll click finish. And now we will load into the desktop for the first time. And then we're going to take a look and see what it actually contains. Yeah, I can tell there's a lot of stuff on here, so that's why it comes up with Windows is starting up. It doesn't normally do that on a standard retail copy of XP. And here it is. This is the actual OEM install, and I can see a lot of stuff is already coming up. So, yeah, you can see it defaults to the name owner. I believe it sets that name by default. Well, first thing, let's go into, let's first adjust the resolution so it can be better seen. There we go, that's a little better. So it's already detected a virtual Bluetooth adapter. And here's their little thing that's it's detecting the keyboard. It's not an HP keyboard, well, because these are all drivers. And that says, to access websites or email, you must have an ISP. To set up internet service providers, click this icon. You see there's a ton of drivers already. And this is HP software update, which will detect updates to drivers on the computer. This is their easy internet sign up, which talks about offers from HP. And then that's their registration card for this service here. We'll just hit exit and I'll tell it. And then this is about HP Organize, which is like a little sidebar, like a very early implementation of the sidebar in Windows Vista, but except this is HP's customization. So next here begins the tutorial.
Welcome to HP Organize. HP Organize software gives you one-click access to all your favorite files, programs, and websites. Customize it to fit your needs. It's easy. Just drag and drop to add files and websites and organize them by category. You can even change the look to fit your personal style. In addition, listen to your favorite music or view videos and photos with the multimedia player. Use the search tool for both the web and your computer to find information you need. HP Organize. Useful features in one great tool.
So this is all an entire Flash animation. Let's hear about it.
The HP Organize workspace has 3 basic areas to keep in mind: content, categories, and the toolbar. Content describes the one-click links to websites, files, programs, and folders that are contained in each box. Categories are the titles of each box, and they contain logical groupings of content links, such as My Project or Shopping. The toolbar is located at the top right-hand corner of the HP Organize workspace and provides you access to important tools, such as Preferences or Help. HP Organize utilizes 2 simple methods of customizing your workspace. Drag and drop, which means clicking an icon and holding down the mouse button, then dragging it anywhere within the Organize workspace. This icon can be either a website or desktop application. Either way, you can simply drag and drop it into place. The second way to customize your workspace is by utilizing your right mouse click button to access a valuable list of functions, such as switching categories, editing content, or selecting a media player. For example, placing your pointer over a category and clicking the right mouse button will give you access to a full menu of categories. Or place your pointer over a specific link, click the right mouse button, and access a menu that will let you move the link up or down. Do the same with the media player and access your pictures, video, or music. HP Organize also contains an integrated search function that allows you to search the web or your PC with the help of today's most popular search engines. Just type what you're looking for into the search box. Select the search engine of your choice and click the search button. It's that easy. You can also search your PC by selecting My Computer in the drop-down menu, and away you go. The multimedia capabilities within HP Organize are many. Watch videos, news clips, listen to music, or view photos from your recent vacation. Just select a player for the type of media you want to use, click the Open File button on the bottom right-hand side of the media player window, and select your file. For news clips and other online video, make sure to click the links found in the streaming video category. HP Organize, making your PC uniquely yours.
So yeah, I have not seen HP Organize in a very long time. Look, back up my images to a CD. Yeah, I suppose there's a special image program or image creation tool. HP Image Zone. It opens it as an HTML file in Internet Explorer. It's been 0 months since backup. 0 original images. And then this talks about the procedures for restoring images and stuff like that. So this is HP's version of importation. I can see there's some sample pictures already. But yeah, let's take a look at what it contains. So there's its HP View program, which just opens up Image Zone. Again, so I can view the pictures in there. So HP has its own line of sample photos. So you can see we have the sailboat. Looks like a nice coastline. The Roman Colosseum. I believe that's also Rome, or is that a part of Paris? Yeah, this is Paris right here. And the world famous Eiffel Tower. This, I believe, is the Grand Canyon, the Pyramids of Giza, the Sydney Opera House. That is Venice, Italy. That's Africa. Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. That, I believe, is Tokyo. And then there's the Taj Mahal. And yeah, those are the HP sample photos. But then, of course, we have the usual XP sample pictures, the usual 4. And then in My Music, of course, it has an extra file that talks about Music Match Jukebox Plus. I suppose this was HP's media service that came with it. That came with this computer back in the day. And then, of course, in addition to that audio file, we, of course, have the usual sample music. However, unfortunately, on the actual HP PC that I showed earlier, it does not, unfortunately, have these sample songs in the folder, but I do have backup copies of those. So that's really about it for like sample files and such, and it also does come with a few wallpapers too. So let's see, we have, so it looks like I think it's just one sample picture, and the rest are just the standard XP stuff. And then of course I can bring this nice interface back with this lovely animation. And it just does, and that's about it. That's about it, really. So let's look at some of the other stuff that comes with it. So there is HP Director. This is like a little portal to HP Gallery, or updating the software. And then HP Gallery is right here. I suppose this is, yeah, it's going to redirect us back to the Image Zone, which of course contains all those sample photos that we looked at earlier. And then of course there's the usual stuff in accessories. I don't think we see anything else, but except there is another media player on here. It's called Real One. I've never heard of Real One, but really what this is, yeah, I suppose this is like an alternative to Windows Media Player. And then there's also Microsoft Interactive Training, which I suppose is... I really played around a lot with the Microsoft Interactive Training program on that actual HP PC, and pretty much it's just what it is. This just teaches you the in and outs of Windows XP and other things that you didn't know you could use.
Deleting and recovering files and folders.
This is the part that really intrigued me the most.
The memo.
I'll just skip to that part.
As to open. Click the.
Click above. Click back to If you want to empty all of the items in the recycle bin simultaneously, you can click Empty the Recycle Bin. Click this command.
Yeah, empty the recycle bin, and I think I heard on the professional tutorial it just says empty recycle bin. That or it's something else, but I don't know. Let's play that part again.
If you want to empty all of the items in the recycle bin simultaneously, you can click Empty the Recycle Bin. Click this command.
And there is something called Sonic Record Now, which it's a song. It's a music disc creator, so I could insert a blank music disc and I can burn songs and such to it. And then there's a couple of financial programs. In fact, there is something called Quicken 2003, which of course is a finance program that comes bundled with this. So while we wait for that to open, it also has its own set of Wild Tank
You may
games.
not know it, but you have the world's most popular personal finance software already installed on your computer. See why
So there's Black Hawk Striker, Blaster Ball 2, Bounce, Cannonballs, Extubation, Gem Master 3, Polar Bowler. This is actually one of my
Quicken pulls all debit card transactions from my bank account. I don't have to
that was the game I would try to go after, but it just wouldn't start. And then of course it comes with the usual built-in games. And of course my lovely pinball game.
Already used Quicken. Click here to learn.
I'm new to this little thing.
Quicken works just like your checkbook, so it's easy to use. Pay bills right from your computer. Write or print checks, or simply pay bills online. Reconcile your bank statements in minutes.
And then this is a special networking tool from HP.
Choose from
Talks about the whole process.
Show you where your money goes. Sort your expenses.
And then this is just some deals from HP, including a
questions like how much did I spend on dining, and how does that compare to last month to your new PC?
talks about a transfer tool.
Quicken guided setup. It asks you your goals, suggests what
And then here's my HP.
Practical next steps to help you get there. Keep an eye on your expenses and explore ways to save money. Quicken even helps you create a personalized budget to help you meet your goals. Quicken 2003 New User Edition is a great way to start organizing.
Here's some accessory offers. Some accessories with the computer.
But it's just for new users. If you have Quicken data that you want to continue to use,
and then here's some software offers. And then this has Memories Disk Creator. So this, of course, is just like the Windows Disk Creator. And then print screen, I think this is like a snipping tool kind of program or something.
IntelliMover makes it easy for you to transfer your files, and IntelliMover searches your computer computer to find the files sitting down you want to use and lets you select the ones.
And then there's the system diagnostics.
IntelliMover transfers all the files and settings over to the new computer. IntelliMover displays a log of all that is moved. After the
it also
migration,
comes
click
with
View or
Microsoft Plus Digital Media Edition.
that has been moved and where it has been moved to.
Quicken 2003 makes it easy
After quick look and track your investments, it makes your new PC look just like your old PC, only better.
You can
To summarize, IntelliMover moves your email.
It also comes with Microsoft Works.
Also, for example, Microsoft Word recurring items that results in valuable tasks with no extra work. Based on extensive work.
As you use your new computer, you may find that you want to move files between your new computer and your maintainer or vice versa. IntelliMover provides a file transfer utility that lets you do just that.
Use most. It's easier to use
with the file transfer utility.
So these are the things that come with Digital Media Edition.
So what are you waiting for? If you want to manage your personal finances,
IntelliMover recently won the Editor's Choice from CDNet. Here's what people are saying about it
now. It's only $29.95. That's $30 less than the suggested retail price. And forget about downloading the software. It's already on your computer. Just click the unlock button to purchase Deluxe and receive your unlocked code.
Order online.
And then this is their e-music tool, which no longer works. And then this is all the HP stuff. This is their diagnostic tool. And then we have remote assistance. I'm guessing this is yeah, their help and support center. I suppose it's different from the XP. Yeah, they're both the same. It just opens that specific link in help and support. And then this is about PC security and backup, and these are some offers from them. And then pictures, all that stuff from earlier. It has Print Me Internet Printing and WordPerfect Office 11. It also comes with Adobe Reader 6 and Outlook Express, and then this is all the stuff that starts up. It comes with Inter-Video Win DVD version 4, release 4, whatever it is, it's release 4. Which of course is what you expect. It's a DVD player. And then here is Microsoft Money 2003, which is similar to that Quicken program.
With information about your internet setup, Money can connect you to the web smoothly.
And it also comes with Norton, the good old Norton antivirus. And then there's some online stuff. So it comes with AOL, Earthlink, MSN, Windows Messenger. Oh my goodness. No AOL service, it's long gone.
By using a Microsoft Passport to sign into Money, you can take advantage of online financial services for banking, investing, and shopping. Click Next to set up your passport.
And then, of course, we have the Windows XP Tour.
Welcome to Windows XP from Microsoft, the new version of Windows that brings your PC to life. Experience the best. Experience Windows XP. Enter your name and other information to tailor Money to you and your preferences. Thanks to Windows XP, personal computing just got a whole lot easier and more fun.
Yep. And boy, is that a lot more fun now. Then, of course, if I tell it to open one, it just takes us to HP's official sites for that thing at the time, and which does not work. Obviously, because the version of Internet Explorer here is, I believe, IE6. Yes, it is. Internet Explorer 6 from 2001. Yeah, which Microsoft officially retired last year or earlier this year. They officially retired Internet Explorer, and they're no longer bundling it with Windows 11. And then this contains music here, some stuff, music and games and all that stuff. Here, I'll just X this out. Yeah, because I don't want to see that. But yeah, that is it. That is a look at the OEM install of the HP Pavilion A320N from the year 2003, my Nana's old system. And boy, it's still chugging along well to this day, and I couldn't be more proud. So, on the next episode, we're going to take a look at another Acer OEM, probably of XP as well. So, we'll see what that's about. But until then, we will see you in the next episode. Once again for another nostalgia episode, and we are going to be returning to the Inspiron and the Latitude. And yes, I am on a StreamYard with State College, as Lancaster just finished unboxing his WR30 from Midland. So, if you may remember the last episode, we had some difficulty getting the Inspiron fully restored to its factory installation. What we did was we tried various methods. We tried to see if we could back up the files off of it, and it wouldn't get past it. And then when I looked at the errors that it gave, it said no additional partitions to back up. And I found the reason when I used this generic copy of Windows 10. So basically I put the CD in the machine and booted it from the disk, and it said that a media driver couldn't be loaded. So that indicated the problem. So what I'll be trying to do is doing another attempt at the Inspiron, and also in between, we're going to be restoring the Del Vostro back to its factory installation. However, right now we're booting up the Latitude. It's still got to finish the updates that were successful. It had like 4 of them. I had to shut it off midway because I was out of time. So, what we're going to be doing here is we're going to first install the drivers for the Inspiron. Now, we can't do it via the USB because the machine, for some reason, doesn't want to recognize them. Hopefully Windows 10 will be a different story. But first, we're going to use this CD I created, which are all the drivers for this machine. So let's turn our attention there now. So basically, I downloaded all the drivers off of Dell's website for this computer. Now, whatever we can't install, it's okay. So if we open up the files, here they all are. So we are going to start with...
Really cool so far.
Yep, so we're going to start with this... We're going to start with this TBM driver. I'm going to use the Windows 10 case so you all can see the screen. It is reading from a CD, so this will take
longer than it usually does. And now the Latitude is restarting, and then eventually we'll be at the desktop on that, and we can get to work with the Vostro. That's the user account control. This is the Intel Turbo Boost monitor software. Continue. Yes. Okay. And we'll do, I'll just go ahead and run the other installers just like we did with the... And now this I installed last time was a generic copy of Windows 7 using the CD I created. So this doesn't have a product key attached. Signed exe title. This is the wireless display connection manager. So this would be the audio driver. This platform is not compatible or not in use. Well, we'll get back to that at a later point. But for now, let's move on to this next one. Yeah, this is from 2013. This is old. Dell QuickSet from March of 2013. We're going to do the... That's right, because when I was looking at the information on this specific computer, this thing was manufactured in 2012, which explains the Windows 7 sticker and the branding throughout on the keyboard and such. As I mean, at the time, in 2012, Windows 8 was also the main OS. However, very few computer OEMs chose to include Windows 8 in their computers. Like, for example, this HP, which did come with Windows 8. And yes, we will be restoring that computer back to Windows 8 in a future episode. So this next one, it finished, installed successfully. This is the processor control panel. That's a little tool that Intel provides that monitors the processor. This is the audio driver. Now, I'm not sure if Dell did anything with Realtek at this current moment because I didn't know too much about. Because I mean, I only got my first Dell laptop in like 2015. This utility is only for PLDS. Alright, so that doesn't work. So I guess the DVD drive must have been replaced. But it's okay. Alright, let's move on to the chipset driver, but if we get any errors that this driver won't work, we can just skip those. Because I mean, I included all the drivers for the entire machine on Dell's website. So this is the chipset driver. We are finally getting in on the Latitude. Alright, so that was the card reader we just did. So now we're going to do the management engine. Next up is this D2D5DM1 driver. So that's a Seagate firmware update. So we're going to skip that. This is drivers for OS deployment. And it comes in these packages. So just like that one other driver, it comes in a security catalog. So let's move on to this monitor. Let's see what it's for. This is for Vostro, so that won't work. Touch monitor. This is for, here we go, Inspiron 5520. This is the model. You got to make sure that the models are correct before progressing any further. This is a monitor type driver for Inspiron 5520. That is the model we want, so yes. And it already comes in its own little folder. Oh, that's the same one we just did. Here's another monitor driver. Inspiron desktop, we want 5520. That's its catalog. And next up is digital delivery, which is a tool that Dell provides to re-download applications that you purchased. While we wait for that to load, let's go over to the Latitude, and I see it's got a few more updates that it has to do. So let's see which ones.
Do the updates do much?
Yep, I mean even after you install Windows, you still got to do a whole bunch of updates. Oh, it's currently installing other updates, so. Alright, we'll see, we'll let it finish that, and then we'll get back to it. So, in the meantime, let's go ahead and download the recovery media for the Vostro. And there's the digital delivery. Same error as before. I mean, then again, a lot of these updates won't work. And Dell Update is the tool that provides all the drivers and such for that particular machine. So we're going to go ahead and start the download of the Dell Recovery and Restore. Vostro 1540, that should be the one, though it said 1550. So we'll let that download. Management engine is done. No, I will not restart. This is that Turbo Boost tool, which we will not need. Package installed successfully. Okay, let's see what yeah, that's the audio driver that I need to restart. Alright, I'm gonna go back in here and let's install the display driver. This is a little newer, and this is the same design used nowadays, except the colors are different. And I'm pretty sure I forgot to mention that, of course, since this is the generic copy, it's got all the sample songs. Alright, this is the ELAN input device driver. That's for the touchpad. And all done. Changes will not take effect until you restart. We are not going to restart because we're in the middle of installing drivers. The BIOS is A07, so this is the latest, so we can skip that. And let's move on to the WI Max driver. That's the installer for the touchpad. There's that signed exe title again. WI Max Link for 5520. Yep, that's what we want. So we'll go ahead and unzip the files. This is going to be the Pro set. Meanwhile, I'll go ahead and start the next one. This is the Pro set wireless software for the Wi-Fi card included in this computer. Now we can see that it says the adapter is missing, so that means the software is installed. However, we are going to be installing that adapter as we continue through this process. So I'll show you what we have installed right now. So you can see there's the Pro set. This is the monitor. That's the firmware. And it also opens up this README document. So this is the instructions. And we'll move on to this one. While we wait, let's head over back to the Latitude because the download is finished. So we're gonna unzip the folder. Okay, there it is. It says that it's empty, but we have a solution. So we're gonna, oh, what did it just open? XPS viewer. I don't think you get that in Windows 10. Anyway, we're gonna open up 7-zip and we will extract the files there. So just like last time, we're going to use the 7-zip program to extract the files. Alright, so this is what we have. We have MST, we have a data1.cab file. Oh, this is another one of those Seagate updates. Alright, we can just go ahead and close that, because I said we'd be skipping it. So we're just going to move on to the network driver. Now, I am a little curious to see what was installed on this machine. So, however, we can't log in. So what I want to try and do first is break the password to get in. So to do that, we're going to have to use the Sethic trick, as I like to call it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert the 64-bit CD of the generic copy of Windows 7 Professional, which is what this computer was pre-installed with. I'm going to use that disk to replace Sethic. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the boot. I had to fiddle around with the keyboard. Oh yeah, it's low in the setup.